Noisy My Dreamers. Nice to see you all. Today we're going to be doing a recap for D&D. I'll actually be able to start talking quite a bit in this one, so can't wait for that point. I don't got too much to say, so why don't we just get started? Man, Lyris has a fat ass, doesn't he? Right, Nissa?
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Hi, everyone. Look, we're all here.
Oh, he may have started with one. It's been pounded a little bit more flat recently.
Oh my god.
True, yeah, lots of pounding flat. Have you guys yeeted the Benthic Crusher into a star? I'm pretty sure it's like killed or something by this point. Just
The Benthic Crusher is like gone. We,
Yeah.
we were able to kind of yeet it after the connection was severed.
I don't remember what we did with it. I know it's still in that sealed crate and that we just kind of discarded them all together. But
Yeah, pretty much. It's still in the crate. We kind of dumped it somewhere. I think like just in the sea somewhere.
I think that we threw it into the far realm.
Oh, you're right. We did, didn't we? Oh, Lassie, shut up.
Which, good luck for anybody ever finding that one.
Gonna absolutely fucking annihilate all of you. Swear on me, Mum.
Don't threaten us with a good time.
Oh, God. Fucking, you would say that.
Yeah, of course I would.
Uh-huh.
Hell, I of all people am entitled to say that.
I mean, yes, I suppose you are. Anyway.
See, she admits it. I'm special to her.
Well, we'll get to that, won't we?
We haven't even
47.
started.
Don't mind me. I went to go grab, make sure I was eating my pizza, and then I realized we have ants under our fridge, so that's nice.
Oh, that's so nice.
Thankfully, they're not really spread, but it's like, hey, make sure you clean.
Horrid.
We haven't given, no one's given Dagon knuckle sandwiches, but we'll probably do it soon.
Oh, we want to. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I think
My
I
last
saw a
character
little bit
tried.
beyond
It
grade.
didn't go well.
Gosh.
I think even in lore, Dagon is like the oldest being currently alive.
Look what Yubi said for the ping. What's gonna
Yeah.
happen? Oh, we'll get to that. Oh my god.
That's official. It's become the meme.
It has just become the meme, hasn't it? God. Incredible.
Yumi's gonna use it as a new ominous DM catchphrase. Hey Yumi, what happens if Questal tries to use the funny snake fumes? We'll get to that.
Oh no.
If she tries to use that in campaign, that's just an encouragement for us to do it.
True. We'll just all get high, except for Celeste, who will die. Hey, it rhymed.
Wow.
And maybe Questal will die too.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, now that I think about it, like, okay, I guess I don't know. I was about to say, like, with how Melchior has, like, his organs replaced by the shroud and stuff like that, would that affect it somehow?
No,
You know,
Melchior's immune to most forms of poison gas. So.
I mean, hmm.
Turns out that the funny snake fumes actually originate as pesticide that you want to use stuff. Or not
Yeah, it just
pesticide,
depends.
fungicide.
It depends on if it actually is poison to people or if it's corrosive to people. Because no amount of poison resist is going to save you if you inhale bleach fumes, for example.
Well, I mean, I don't know. If we compare it to other things, like paladins being just resistant to all disease, they can have as much sex as they want without getting any STIs. So
Not resistant, immune to all disease.
yeah, I thought I said immune, didn't I? Oh,
You said resistant.
fuck. Well, yeah, but yeah, they're immune to all STIs. So therefore, paladins make the best prostitutes. Just saying.
Yes, paladins do the most fucking. They're even a charisma-based class.
True. Bards eat your heart out. Paladins are right there. Anyway, on that note,
Yeah. Welcome, everybody.
hello.
When last we
Welcome.
left off, I believe we had just finished the grand ball, the wrapping around of
Masquerade.
the wall of force, and our
Yep.
subsequent escape just before heading towards the Illithid colony and our fourth pillar of want.
Spoilers.
Well, not really. We've already been told that the pillar's there.
Well, yeah, but it's what if it wasn't us who was able to get it, huh?
Well, then we would hunt the person that did have it to the ends of the earth, and you already know the vengeful party syndrome.
It's true.
Yep.
Goodness. Well,
We actually haven't managed to find another fake pillar. Like, that is the only one we've ever found.
Yeah.
Which is strange because you think more people would be trying to recreate them.
Oh, I have an idea of what it was. It's just an Izanagi power core.
I think,
Huh.
yeah, probably. We do know that they did try to recreate them because, it's what gave them their empire to begin with.
They do so love their power. I mean, if we get another fake pillar, we get another huge grenade. So, either way.
If we get another fake pillar, I'm going to shoot it out of the magnum at somebody.
Oh my
Give,
god,
give
yeah.
it to Celeste so you can use it in Q3. Q3
Oh,
technically
true.
only has like one day of power left.
No,
Yeah,
the
true.
last thing I'm going to do is give it to Celeste in Q3 because he'll mistake it for a flare and bomb the entire party.
Wow, no faith in me.
We'll get to that.
We have plenty of faith in you. We have faith in you to AoE the party.
Oh my god. Only in Q3. Only in Q3. I think Q3 is the only really big reason for that. Because you're immune to it. So it's like, it's fine, TM.
Yes, don't blame the pilot, blame the mech.
It's true. It is the mech's fault.
Wow,
I mean,
bullying Q3.
Q3 is like semi-sentient anyway.
Yeah.
Only
Actually, what is?
literally. He's only very capable of some basic functions without a pilot in him.
No, that's not quite true. Let's see.
Well, the only time you've ever tried to command him outside of actually being in the cockpit, he's only ever been capable of really defending you or acting in very basic what he was ordered before you got out kind of state.
Yeah, I mean that's how it's supposed to work. But it can take its own actions. I think Q3 is just so used to waiting around there, not like poking around the ship or anything.
So it's not that he's incapable; it's that he's apathetic.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were, put in standby mode for 80,000 plus years, wouldn't you be apathetic?
I would have a hell of a kink in the neck, yes.
True. Well, anyway, when we last left off, we just gotten done with the masquerade ball, and we were suddenly going towards Svara.
Man, we're
The
10 minutes
Illithid
into this, and
colony.
we're just now starting the recap. Shaking my
It's-
head,
I mean-
Raya.
What do you mean? We need time to warm up,
Mm-hmm. Sure. Kobold.
The stream itself has only been running for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't I start it around like 3 to 5? I feel
No,
like it's
yes,
around
but
10.
the first 10 minutes were made up by your loading screen.
Well, hang on. No, I started it early. I usually wait 10 minutes, but I started it early this time. I started
Yeah, like
around 5
7,
at
8 minutes.
least. It was not that late.
I think yeah, I think she's right actually.
I was proactive.
Either way, not as bad as it looks.
And Conrad, you keep getting interrupted. You ever actually start the thing?
Shut up. Can someone else start it? Give me a second.
I mean,
In
it
this
is
case,
your
I
signal,
actually
but
can't because this is around the time that my attendance got a little spotty. So.
oh,
Well, I guess we'll wait
I mean,
till
you
Ryan
were
connects
here
into
for
it.
I was in the process of moving house at this point in time. Like, there's a couple of sessions that I simply don't show up for, including the one where Questal is actually introduced.
you were definitely here for this.
I was here, but only tangentially. Like, I popped in and out. It was like an every other session kind of deal.
Yeah, I think but you were actually here when Questal was actually like added to the party.
Yes. Well, no, actually, I did miss where she was introduced. That one I do remember.
Really?
Whenever you freed her from the Masu, I was not there.
Really? I thought you were.
Yeah, no,
Huh.
no, Melchior
No.
wasn't there.
Oh. Damn.
Someone else was. I don't know if Melchior was being controlled by someone or Melchior was just busy with projects.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I remember greeting you in the out of character roleplay afterward, but
Yeah,
I wasn't there for you being released. Same thing with your your expedition into the void that time. I
Yeah.
wasn't there for that either.
Yeah, I recall that.
Well, we'll get to that. Anyway, so so the big thing basically is that, we had just gotten out of the ball. We had all this like information about the pillar and stuff like that, right? Everyone else had to deal with the Rahis invasion, so like Lamau, get fucked, idiots. Um
Hey,
and
it's a free head start.
yeah, we got a head start. Uh so, the problem with that is that we also got extraordinarily unlucky. So can you Bo, can you pull up the map with Svara on it? And Doubtera.
It's a wild space bubble map, right?
Yeah. And then try to center us around the very top left.
Is this it?
Isn't the top left where Dalterra is? Shouldn't we be on the top right?
Nope, top left. Remember that's where we breached the bubble.
Sparrow, right?
Yeah, there we are.
No, we need to go back. Well, we need to go to where we breached the wild space bubble. Because remember, there was that big event that happened right as we were like getting to the wild space bubble.
Oh yeah.
So, does everybody remember the Void Barons in our home wild space bubble? How like, we were in there for a bit. Our ship started, turning spongy and stuff like that. We had to fight some deep crows and stuff like that, right? Well, as we were approaching the wild space bubble to like, in the Astral Sea to get to Svara, we saw something far off in the distance. It seemed like a black void, just like coming up from like behind us. It was like, okay, well, I mean, it's just a void, right? Except it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And we're like, wait a second. It's approaching? Why is there a void that's approaching? And then we see coming out of like the void, as it were, was basically just a mass of inky black tendrils. And it was rapidly approaching. Like, it was fucking fast. Probably one of the fastest things we've ever seen.
Oh no!
And suddenly, it was a chase. We had to make it to the wild space bubble before, like, before the inky black tendrils, the void baron that was charging at us, like, got us. We don't even really know how or why or what. All we knew is that the void baron, this void baron, was a moving void baron that came from our wild space bubble. And we just fucking booked it. By the way, sorry for having to mute every now and again. I didn't take my algae meds last night, and it was a mistake.
So nature's trying to kill you.
Yes. Yes, it is. Ugh. Anyway, so we were suddenly in a massive chase. Nissa, taking the helm, was like, okay, we are rapidly approaching that wild space bubble. But the problem was, the thing about wild space bubbles is that they are basically contained pockets of negative space, negative pressure, right? The astral sea, funnily enough, is actually like breathable. You'd think that the astral sea would be akin to just kind of like open space and stuff like that, but no. The astral sea is like actually perfectly fine. It's breathable, air and stuff like that, and I mean that's kind of it. The bubbles is where the actual space part of space is. And surrounding each pocket of space is effectively like like an actual bubble. If you know, like a soap bubble, that you would kind of blow just as a kid, you'll know exactly what the kind of the surface of the outer edge of a wild space bubble is. We had to try and basically go inside that. But the problem is, if we go too fast, it would be like hitting water from a rapid speed. Like the whole thing about like if you hit water from like fast enough velocity or like from too high up, it's like hitting concrete. It's like that, but for the ship. So it was at that point where, as we were approaching it, we had to contend with the idea, okay, what do we risk? Do we risk slowing down and entering the wild space bubble normally, but the Void Baron would almost certainly catch up with us and do whatever the fuck the Void Baron is doing? Or do we evade the Void Baron that's chasing us, but damage our ship so heavily that we don't even know if it'll actually be functional beyond that point? And well, after some a few seconds of idle discussion, because like Yumi was basically like saying, "All right, what are you doing? What are you doing?" We basically decided, all right, we're gonna risk the Void Baron because we'd rather not have the ship be in complete pieces. And so when we got really close to the bubble, we slowed way the fuck down. And like obviously there was gonna be a little bit of backlash, or like a whiplash rather, not backlash. We was mostly just kind of like jostling everything and everyone on the ship. But all of a sudden, the Void Baron behind us like was approaching even more rapidly, and it caught us. Ugh. So the Void Baron that we went into last time, when Starlight forcefully made that detour, basically, made us get lost in there, right? We couldn't
Forceful
leave.
detour. That's one way to describe it.
We couldn't leave because he would constantly disorient us. Well, it was kind of similar with this Void Baron, except it was, an actual like creature, an eldritch abomination of some sort, with all these tendrils and stuff like that. The tendrils slammed against the ship, slammed against us. And just for point of reference, right? The Void Baron, as it approached us, was getting so much bigger that it eventually encompassed our entire behind us. That is to say, it's incomprehensibly large. And some of the tendrils that slammed against our ship were as big as the ship itself. So as we were slowing down and slowly but surely entering the wild space bubble, we got slammed by these giant fuck off tendrils doing an intense amount of necrotic damage on us and giving us like 1d4 levels of exhaustion. Remember, 6 levels of exhaustion is instant death.
You okay there, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just, nature's killing me. Anyway, but yes, so six levels of exhaustion is instant death. And we were basically getting 1d4 levels of exhaustion for all of us every time the tendrils of the Void Baron slammed into our ship. Somehow, miraculously, not a single one of us died. We managed to slip through into the
Despite
wild
our
space.
best efforts.
Yeah, well, we managed to slip through, and we were basically like the disorientation that the Void Baron normally does did affect us, but in a more interesting way. We were entering the wild space bubble from a completely different area, but we ended up breaching the veil in the very top left corner of the map, which is not where we intended to go. Outside the ash fields of Downterra. And behind us, thank everything, the Void Baron was way too large and forceful to be able to breach the barrier of the wild space bubble. So we were safe, and this massive hulking mass of tendrils and nothingness was slamming against the veil behind us. Our ship was damaged, a little bit spongy from the tendrils as well. And like pretty much like everyone except like 2 people had 5 levels of exhaustion. I'm not even joking. Literally no one actually died, but several of us had 5 levels of exhaustion, which for the record, 5 levels of exhaustion means you literally cannot move. Your hit point maximum is halved. You make pretty much every single roll a disadvantage, and you cannot move at all. Yeah. It was brutal. Literally, all we could do at that point was just sit there. We just had to sit there for a day or so, like a full day. Just kind of recouping, recovering, just to, like, however much we could. And unfortunately for us, also, our ship was pretty beat up. from getting slammed by those tendrils. And so we had to make a choice. Do we risk our ship getting destroyed by going directly to Svara and invading the Illithid colony? Or do we take a detour and get it repaired for safety? Because we don't know what the Illithid will have. And our ship was looking really, really bad. So, we made the tough call to take a detour to another nearby planet, which it should be on the top right-ish, Bo. I don't remember what the planet is called. We did just kind of like, go there and then leave. Yeah, Edoria. We made a detour all the way to Edoria so that we could repair our ship, especially get some of the structural foundations of our ship repaired as well, because once that turns spongy, well, that's not easily fixed, right? Well, it sucked because that was several days out, that was several days away from Svara. We were basically completely giving up our time advantage from that point. But there was nothing really that we could do about it. It was sad, but we needed to play safe. Yep.
Yep.
And so we did. During that travel, obviously, we spent a lot of time resting so that we could reduce our exhaustion levels. Because the problem was, we were still, at the mercy of the dice, and we very possibly could roll encounters. If we rolled encounters, well, then we would be having to deal with enemies while having still 2-3 levels of exhaustion across the entire party. And that's no bueno.
Fortunately, though, this wasn't all a bad thing, because it was in these times of rest that Melchior got the time, since they had been rather low on materials and funds in the past, most notably adamantium. He took what resources he did have, and at the very least, he was capable of completing the rails for the Magnum in the future, which he would put to good use later on down the line.
Yeah, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Very imminently, we'll get to that.
Big 50.
Big 50. So yes, that is an important factoid there. During this period of downtime, Melchior did in fact make the accelerator rails of the Megaloblastic Magnum, which is very, very notable. Well, anyway, we get to Edoria. There's apparently basically a mega shipyard. Yeah, I saw that, Bo. And we spend basically an entire 8 hours just sitting around waiting for them to effectively completely pull apart our ship so that it could be redone. We weren't able to get it fully repaired, unfortunately, because we just didn't have the money. But we did get it repaired as much as physically possible. I remember at the very least, Nissa put up a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so, after all that was said and done, we continued our quest to go to Svara. Okay, so the travel to Svara was actually relatively quiet. We had to dodge a couple of encounters using this is background feat, but we were able to get to Svara with relatively little issue. I think I do remember us having to fight uh a little bit like one encounter of Masu.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah,
I
but it
think
was
we encountered it, and then you're like, fuck it, use a point.
no, I'm pretty sure we actually did encounter them. I think that was the first time that we saw a Masu infected Kendori.
Yeah. Forgot about that.
Again, that sounds correct. I'm not 100%.
But yeah, so just real quick, the Kendori are basically space whales, and the Masu had infected one. And when the space whales get infected by the Masu and turn into basically full machine, well, it turns out the Masu can basically just kind of use them as the ships, like spacefaring vessels. Anyway, beyond that, we got to Svara pretty much relatively fine. Now, the thing you have to bear in mind going into this next part is that while, yes, we took a big detour, we didn't know what we were expecting. Well, obviously, we had basically completely given up our actual like time advantage. We were expecting that like maybe only really like Ava's crew had gotten there first, and we would have to see if maybe Ava's crew had already made off with a pillar or something. Something like that, because everybody else was, fighting amongst themselves during that masquerade. And it's very likely that, like, not everyone was able to get out of there. So maybe there was, like, one or two other groups that were there. So there we were, approaching Svara, getting ready for everything. We were preparing ourselves for battle and everything like that, ready to basically go down to Svara and, shoot some illithids. No big deal, right? So as we're approaching Svara, we see and hear just an incredible amount of explosions. And as we get closer and closer, we see an incredible sight all around Svara in a massive radius. There's all manner of ships. You can see countless Rehis battleships. There's Illithid nautiloids. There's independent treasure hunters and mercenaries, all fighting in a three-way war. From the planet's surface, you see basically Illithid psychic blast, like anti-air cannons, shooting down other ships as they're trying to get closer. Rehis battleships just firing massive broadside volleys. And we realized that by giving up our time advantage and by leaving the ball how we did, the Rehis had captured the Illithid, and the Illithid gave them the information. And obviously, with the Rehis having, being the massive empire.
The guy got away, but one of the tables were inside agents.
Ah, God. Well, either way, they got the information, and the Rehis, being the, obviously the massive empire in power and having all these resources, they have an entire navy there, and they want that pillar. But also, word spread around amongst the other treasure hunters and the mercenary groups that a pillar was there. It was an all-out three-way war. It was insane. Our actions, by leaving how we did, caused an entire three-way war. And we're going into this like, oh, fuck. How the hell are we about to deal with this, right? So we get closer, And there's actually we actually end up having to fight an illicit nautiloid that approaches us. Well, we we make them go fuck off. And aside from that, the there were some Rahis battleships that I think were trying to keep us at bay, trying to prevent us from getting closer to the planet. And we're like, how the hell do we get through this? How the hell are we gonna get through this massive barricade of battling ships without getting some stray fires or someone chasing us down?
And without giving them time to make in and grab the pillar and run off with it before we got there.
Exactly.
We didn't really have any diplomatic options at this point in time. We had no connections with any of the independent forces. The Rahis obviously weren't going to be listening to us. The Illithids were their own force, and well, they weren't going to be taking too kindly to us coming here on the behalf of the exile. So we couldn't talk our way through. So Melchior takes a look at the situation and he goes, I have an idea. Come with me into the hold.
Hang on, give me a moment. I have something very silly to do. So, if any of you want to just kind of listen into the stream, it'll be, let's see, very fun. Let's see.
Is this gonna be Helldivers music?
Probably.
I mean, it has to be.
I mean, what else am I gonna do? Alright, so yeah, go on.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
So, remember back on Etria, whenever we landed on our little Antarctic planet, they gave us a steam carriage so that we could traverse around the place. Well, we didn't just leave that behind. It was something that was valuable enough that we're like, we're going to take this with us. We're going to stuff it in our hold. It's a mystery mask tool we'll use later. Well, here's where we decided to use it. Melchior takes a look at this thing and he goes, you know what? This is sturdy enough and it's about the right size for all these projectiles that I've been planning for. I'm going to use the rails that I've created for the Magnum and I'm going to shoot this at the planet. And we're going to be inside when we do it. Naturally, the party was a little bit hesitant about this, but Melchior says, it'll be fine. I'm going to take some leftover mithril that we have, I'm going to reinforce the front of this, turn it into a big-ass drop pod. Well, this isn't the first time that they've done some really wild shit and it's worked out for them, and they couldn't come up with any alternative. So into the steam carriage we get. And Melchior has Lucos and company, because they're the only people strong enough to do this, load them into the rails of the Megaloblastic Magnum. The half-completed, still rickety Megaloblastic Magnum. We close it up, seal it, and then we get fired at Mach fuck out towards the planet. Well, naturally, we haven't really compensated for things being in our way during the descent. So we spear through the tentacles of a nautiloid on the way down and just tear every single one off as it tries to grab us mid-flight. We slam into the deck of a Rahis battleship, punch straight through and out the other side, and just leave it in flaming ruins behind us. All around this battle, everybody gets to look into our direction as this plume of fire and smoke and shattered ship just falls towards the planet's side and thunders into the ground at just horrific velocity.
Literally just a Helldiver moment.
Fortunately, Melchior is a very good artificer, and it is indeed sturdy enough to survive the trip through the atmosphere and then into the ground. Even though everybody was battered and shaken around and stunned.
Yeah. And I just want to say, it was just barely that it held together because, we weren't prepared to be, having to deal with things in our way. Not only that, but the atmospheric pressure and stuff like that. It's just a car. I mean, it's a reinforced car and a sealed car, but it's still just a car. And
Yeah, Nokia actually had to do some mid-flight repairs because the front panel suddenly started breaking and splitting. He's like, "Nope, not having that."
yeah, the fucking car around us literally started basically like disintegrating and like burning up and everything like that. It was so scary because
And
with one wrong roll, everything could have ended.
mind you, as you can see from the icon of Zarva there, it is a very lush and very heavily forested planet. Think like Kashyyyk. So we're drop podding into Kashyyyk, into these tall fucking redwood trees, which we are just dropping like dominoes on the way down, just crashing through one after another, after another, after another, until we slam into the ground and slide just like a mile away from the Illithid colony's entrance. It
Indeed.
was hairy.
It was
Yeah.
hairy, but that event right there cemented us as fucking legendary.
Like the drop pod moment is still talked about by everybody that knows us to this day.
Yep.
I mean, again, because there's a fine line between stupid and legendary. And legendary and psychopathic happen to be very similar too, funny enough.
Yeah, just ask Evil Knievel.
Evil Knievel.
Yeah,
God.
it makes me so sad that I only come in just after this. Because just imagine if Questal, who had just joined the party, happened to be here and was screaming on the way down.
We would have had to spray out the drop pod afterward.
Yeah, maybe. Questal definitely would. I mean, did you freaking retrieve the thing? I don't imagine you retrieved it.
No, we didn't. It's still
Yeah.
there.
No, it's still there. I mean,
We
to
could
be
go
fair,
back.
It was ruined beyond repair.
Yeah, I
by
know.
the
That's
time
what
we
I
got
had
there.
thought. You know, I
it was
imagine,
just a pile of wreckage by the time we left.
you know, suddenly I'm wondering if at some point in the future thing, Yumi's going to have a Helldivers core be a thing, specifically because of what you did.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if she didn't.
Yeah. I mean,
Honestly, yeah.
the next campaign, isn't it set in the future?
Yeah, it is.
300
Yeah,
years
so
in the future.
very likely.
About 300 years, yeah. Spoiler, but you know, either way.
Not that we even know how that's going to be going.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
we
We're,
have
we're
no
still in the
idea,
process of forming the base for that.
pretty much.
Yeah, we're what happens then is kind of depicted by the actions we have yet to take.
Yeah.
Like my very next character depends on if a character in this current campaign lives or dies.
All right,
true.
so kill all the NPCs. Got it.
But
Either
yeah.
way,
Yeah.
we climb out, rattled and shaken, and just barely holding ourselves together. We patch ourselves up in the woods. And we're like, all right, well, we rebought through a lot of fear and a lot of adrenaline our time advantage. Because nobody else has really managed to reach the ground at this point in time. The war has just been too hard. A couple of his ships have managed to breach down and land and launch small strike forces, but nothing actually major. So we're again in the lead. So we go and we head off towards the, I think it was like a cave that was nestled at the side of like a lake or something like that, that the Illithid colony had nestled in. It was like a converted Izanaki facility because they had problems with opening the doors and such. Yes, no? Is my memory failing me here?
I don't remember how they got in, but they did get in. Maybe the doors closed behind them, but either way, we didn't have a way to open that door. We didn't know how it worked. Remember, we have never seen an Illithid before this. We had no idea like what they are, what they were, how they worked exactly, right? All we knew is that
Yep.
they were like squid-like and that they did psionic things. So lo and behold, we come across basically an entrance to the Illithid colony. It's just like a flat chitinous wall. We had no idea how to open it. So what Nissa did is she just overcharged her gun and just blasted a fucking hole into there, and we just like fucking breached it and ran in.
Yep.
I think inside we saw a Rahis strike force and illithids fighting, and we came up behind them and just absolutely murdered them. However, that was also our first introduction to the Yuan-Ti juggernauts as well. These massive hulking behemoths of a snake with literal artillery ballistas attached, like mounted to their shoulders. They were super tanky. They
And
did a lot of
we-
damage.
Mind you, we don't mean the shoulders of their armor. We mean their shoulders. They are literally welded into their armor.
It was crazy. Like, we had to deal with, obviously a whole bunch of Rihis soldiers at this point that had, managed to get inside. But as well, this is like basically the peak of their military. This is everything. They've sent everything they possibly can to try and get this pillar. For obviously relatively obvious reasons. But even so, we fought them as much as we could. And we won, although, with our first encounter being against like an enemy that we had no idea how they worked and stuff like that, we did take a decent chunk of damage. But even so, we powered through. Turns out there were some stairs at the end of this hallway, which led deeper into the colony, which we went down into the next floor. At the bottom of this floor, we actually saw that there was a dying illithid kind of slumped over near that entrance there. Sorry. And while immediately our first bet was kind of like, I mean, it's an enemy, we should kill it, right? It was an obviously no shape to fight. And so we try to get quick information out of it before it dies. Well, it basically told us that the pillar in the illithid's possession was like keeping something at bay or protecting us from it. That whatever this pillar was doing, whatever the pillar was being used for, apparently, more or less, the illithid colony was doing us a favor by being here and protecting it. And this illithid was basically like, don't release it. Don't release it. And well, we were like, we were kind of like, oh, this it was a red herring.
You're not our mom. You don't tell us what to do. We're gonna release it.
Yeah, pretty much. We are basically kind of like, well, fuck you. We need the pillar. And so, the illithid expired, and we continued on our merry way. We basically go through this massive dungeon, fighting a variety of things, more Rihis, more illithids. We actually find a group of gnolls from the Powder Paw sect that was basically holed up in a room because they were being like pounded by illithids.
Giggity.
Hey no,
Pounded, huh?
no, shut up.
Oh my god, like Larius gets pounded by Melchior.
I'm gonna.
Yo.
Or the other way around, whichever one.
True, Melchior can take either role.
Well, either way, we actually made friends with the gnolls, and we were able to let them leave. But something that was happening at this point as well is that Starlight having the ability to use sending to one person a day was basically saying, hey, I want to know where the rival crew is, by which she means her ex. And so we actually find out that the rival crew, Ava's crew, was in the illithid colony, somehow gotten in before us, but they were also holed up in a room one of their crew had died and Ava had gone missing in a rampage. And we were like, well, shit, that sucks. I mean,
Damn,
literally,
looks like you're gonna have to get another.
yeah, no, literally, for like at that point, we were kind of like, oh shit, that sucks for you guys. But I mean, we'll try to help you and like maybe lead you guys out of here, wink, wink. But like, that
Trying to
sucks for
help.
you
We
guys.
promise. Wink, wink.
Yeah, it's true. So us being the still kind of like power hungry people that we were, and like really wanting this pillar, we kind of wanted to eliminate all competition as possible, right? We did care about Abba's crew, a little bit, but like we basically used this as an opportunity to convince them to leave because Lewis, the human bard that was on their crew, had gotten his brain eaten by an illithid, so he was done.
And really, what kind of loser gets their mind eaten by an illithid?
Yeah, true, honestly. Just avoid the tentacles, idiot. But either way, Lewis is dead. They were all distraught. Ava had apparently gone off on her own in a rampage because of Lewis's death, and we were like, well, fuck, okay. So we led them basically to the exit where we came out of, and then we tried to find Ava, which we do. We try to calm her down. She's basically completely despondent, but we do end up like leading her out with Aesop, their homunculus. Aesop is like moderately thankful because at the very least no one else is going to die today, but kind of sucked for them that they can't get the pillar as well. But that's okay because we will. So, having effectively eliminated competition by pretending to be nice, uh, we go further in. We actually find right before a pretty decently like important area, there was a smaller brain that you would describe was basically kind of like a nexus brain. Apparently, this illithid colony was so huge that the elder brain had like a bunch of smaller brains to basically act like routers, or like if you ever
Wi-Fi
played Destiny.
boosters.
Yeah, true. But if you've ever played Destiny, it's kind of like how the Hive have like different, overminds. It's a little bit like that. Anyway,
Or if you
um,
play StarCraft, it is literally the Overmind and Cerebrits.
oh, fair enough, actually. Um, but yeah, so like we open the door, there's one of the mines, and there's illithids inside. Immediately, as soon as we open the door, on the other side, a bunch of his soldiers open the door, so that was cool. It was literally a three-way fight. Obviously, we come out on top because we're awesome, and then we go deeper in. And as we go deeper in, we see basically like a staircase, like a walkway leading to another area. And below us, with no railings, by the way, below us was a massive deep pool of brine. And obviously, when you hear the words brine for the illithids, you think tadpoles. Indeed, there were countless tadpoles swimming in that body of water below us. If one of us fell, that was basically donezo for us. And you know, that's not good. So we had to play it a lot more carefully going forward. As it turns out as well, every so often, well, I mean, yeah, the brine is basically brain fluid. That's what the illithids kind of like breed their or like have their tadpoles swim in before they can be infected in someone.
Yep.
Um,
Turns out it wasn't illithids at all. It was the Yerk.
but basically, there were a couple of basically trap rooms, which were fucked up, by the way, Yubi. How dare you? So, here's the thing. Going into the illithid colony, well, illithids usually work in int and int saves and stuff like that, right? Nissa has an 8 and int, so a -1 modifier. However, Nissa was also still the tankiest person there, so therefore she needed to basically lead the charge because if anyone attacked the party, she would be able to take the hits. When she walked into one of those rooms, turns out some of these rooms had these fucked up like incubator machines that if there was someone who basically walked into the room, they would be mind controlled if they failed an int save to go towards the incubator and get infected by a mind flayer tadpole. There were several of these rooms in the dungeon. Nissa failed every con save or every int save, and the party had to like go out of their way to try and drag her back to not be like fucking mind controlled into, infecting herself. It was fucked up. It was so fucked up. I think
I'm still so shocked that our Arcana expert was throwing so many intelligence saves.
Oh god, you're so right. You're so right.
I mean, we're hoping to drag her on stream so that she can answer for her crimes.
True.
Yeah.
We want Yumi to come here so that we can yell at her for how dare she do this to us. But either way. So we go deeper and deeper. And we do actually end up seeing yeah, pretty much. But we go deeper and we come across a room that was filled with humans. During the walk to that room, we were actually like pretty loudly having a conversation about how fucked up this place was. And then we open the door and suddenly we see this group of humans in this illithid room, like pointing their guns at us. And turns out this group that we just met were part of the a Trajean force. I don't know if they were specifically the Trajean Defense Corps, but like a Reclamation Corps, but they were part of the Trajean not military, whatever. They were part of Trajea.
Yeah.
And we kind of had to be we kind of sauntered in despite their threats of like shooting us, and we were just kind of like, oh, you wouldn't shoot your the people who brought down the air defenses on Trajea, would you? And they were like, oh,
punk, you won't.
yeah, literally. We just kind of strode in there with full confidence that they wouldn't dare shoot at us, and we were right. And well, we made some very loose friends with them, and basically we were kind of put up to a couple of puzzles. Well, first of all, there was a big door in the center room. They were trying to open the door, but they couldn't. Second of all, there was a console, like an illithid console, kind of in the middle of said room, presumably used to open that door. The console needed 2 like wires or tubes or something like that, but those were destroyed. They were severed. So, they couldn't really do anything about it. Neither could we really. But on the other hand, there were a couple of other things that we could do here whilst we were looking around, and while they were looking around as well. So to our left, there was a room, like a big room, seemingly empty, but we actually see that there was that one of the Trajean people had been fucking disintegrated halfway and had been bleeding all over the floor. We had no idea what happened. Apparently, according to the other people in the room, the guy had just been like walking into the room, all of a sudden felt something like really, really like zappy on their arm when they went too far. So then they tried to go like in a different area, and then they fucking died.
Yep.
On top of that, they actually gave us a little tablet, an Illithid tablet. It had like weird symbols and like dots on them and everything.
Here's this weird little multicolored spinning bleach ball. It was really archaic tech.
But so while Mika decided to basically dedicate herself to trying to figure that one out,
Yep.
the rest of us went into the other room where there were statues of Illithids, a variety of statues. Well, we'll get to that, Heat Locker. Don't worry. We'll get to that. So so this room with the Illithid statues, eh, there was basically a number of stone items, and we had to basically fill each statue with a corresponding item. Once they were all filled incorrectly, well, then something happened. Ultimately, what ended up happening was there were a couple of dud items, and as it turns out, one of the Trojanian guys basically like took one of the artifacts from the room for the puzzle and was like basically trying to keep it hidden for like a keepsake to bring back home. But we forced him to give it up. But we gave him one of the dud items as a like as payment, so to speak. He could take one of the dud items, and we completed the puzzle. Something happened. We don't know what, but something happened. So as Mika's still figuring out the maze, we also see a room off to the right, past the statue room, that had another one of those fucked up like mind control incubator, like tadpole incubator devices, as well as what seems to be some kind of like pods for illithids that have been basically put in sleep mode. Presumably, if we failed the puzzle, the illithids would have been unleashed and we would have had to fight them. But we didn't. And so it was basically just having to worry about that fucking incubator. Well, it was about this time when Mika actually decided to take a crack at the puzzle over on the other side with that like the room. And as it turns out,
I
the
had a
cipher.
good idea to get through it.
Exactly.
As well.
I mean, would you like to describe it?
Okay, yeah. I remember how I did it. So, I was looking at the cipher. It was just an image. And I was just trying to figure it out, and I like realized, oh, it's directions. You walk this certain way to do it. But I want to make sure I do it correctly. So I checked. Celeste checked what everyone else was up to, and he saw like the statue that was like spewing ink. And he's like, "Ah, perfect." Got a empty or a water skin, filled it with ink, and then went to try a crack at the puzzle. I got a little confused on the original direction, but we figured it out. And Celeste was using the ink to basically sling it forward to make sure it was safe to walk. Because if he was close to the walls of this little invisible maze, it fizzled away. So yeah,
Yep.
Celeste got to the end and activated the. I think just pulled the lever that was there.
I think it was a button. You just kind of pushed a button.
Yep. And then navigate my way back through.
Yeah. And I mean, actually, I think at that point, after you push the button, the maze deactivated as well. So we
It did.
had activated both puzzles successfully without any issue, really. And, it was at this point that, presumably they were basically acting as locks for this door. We had to activate the center console. Well, we still couldn't access the center console because the tubes, the wires, whatever, they were still severed. What are we going to do about that? Well, that's where the incubator comes in the other room. With a good perception check, we actually see that the very similar type of tubes were connected to the incubator. And so what Nissa did was she, from a distance, she used an overcharged blast from the from the rifle that she has, the X1, blew it the fuck up, basically killing all of the tadpoles. Wait a little bit just to make sure that they fucking died, so that they can't, that nobody could be entranced by it. And then once we were sure it was safe, Melchior went over there, disconnected those tubes, and then stuck them into the center console and pushed the button, and the door opened. It was honestly a really good display of our intelligence. The first time this whole campaign. No, I'm kidding. And
It is very rare for one of our plans to go to plan, but this one did.
indeed. Actually, now that I think about it, it's not actually too rare. I mean, considering the drop pod, this, plus the thing that happened recently.
Now, to be fair, those weren't really plans. Those were things that we just decided on the fly. It's very likely for our oh shit, let's do this, throw it out the window to work. It's very unrare for things that we plan to go to plan.
Okay, all right. That's
Like our escape from the frickin' ball.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Well, at that point, the Trojan soldiers were basically just kind of like giving us like a round of golf clapping, like, "Oh, good job." But we, like we did with Ava's crew, wanted to eliminate competition. While sure they could be used as fodder going forward, yeah, we didn't want to take that chance that they might actually get there.
Remember,
Or like try to backstab us.
the party isn't good, they're just neutral.
Indeed. And so, once again, under the guise of being nice, we basically told them, do you guys really want to do this? I mean, it's really dangerous. And I mean, you know us. We helped Trigia. You could trust us with the pillar. We'll get out of there. We'll get it out of there, and we'll be safe. And everything will be fine. And so, using that, we basically told them, hey, you guys should, go back, live to fight another day. And they did.
To be fair, we probably did actually save their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, we did. Don't get me wrong. We did. I honestly would, sure, chaotic neutral has a wide net of basically actions, but I think, despite our, creative plans that we have on the fly, I would have put us more towards like true neutral.
Yeah, most of the party members are true neutral by this point. Most of them.
I think Celeste is chaotic good.
I'm not so sure about that. Just because, and obviously you know your character better than I am, or not better than I
You're
do.
chaotic neutral.
Maybe.
Fair enough.
I feel like Celeste just tends to be true neutral just because it's not as if you care about breaking the rules so much as you just like doing whatever you can to write your story, and that means either playing by the rules when it works for, or if you think you need to break the rules for the story. Because again, of all the party, you're the one who has the less, I guess, push to go do things, except for like a few things. Because typically you're like, man, you guys do whatever. I'm just gonna write this down and make money off of you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whenever one of us does something cool, you're like, oh my god, that's gonna make me rich.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty well. Melchior is 100% true neutral.
Yeah.
He's a decent guy. He just has a lot of focus on the things he cares about. Like Nissa. And
Like
of
Nissa.
course, Larius. Especially
Fuck you.
Larius.
Fuck you. God damn it! Stop
I mean-
bringing him up.
I mean, I suppose you can F me. I mean, I suppose fair is fair since Larius does that with Melchior all the time.
Oh God, that was loud.
Now, why was that
Yeah,
so loud? That's not
it's
usually that
always
loud.
that loud.
No, it's not. It's surely not.
For me, it is always that loud.
God. Alright, anyway. Um
It's not the first time. Won't be the last either.
True. Anyway, so we move on ahead, having sent the Trachean soldiers home. And there wasn't really much in between this point and the last big map, which I think
We
Bo actually has, if I remember correctly. Wasn't that one of the maps that Yubi sent? I think it was. Let me double check.
Oh, do you have access to the Twelda maps as well?
Yeah, we have a group chat for this.
Huh.
there it is. So we came in at the bottom left
Yes.
for that.
So going into this, we had no idea what to expect. However, something that we didn't actually mention because it wasn't really super pertinent at this point was that we knew that there was a Izanagi facility deep inside the Illithid colony. This is said like part of the Izanagi facility. We actually found out through some rather extraordinary means that there possibly could have been what effectively amounts to a mech, an Izanagi mech inside this like facility near this vault. And indeed, in the bottom left of this map, inside those little receptacles, so to speak, there was an inactive Jovian.
Yes. That is Q3.
Indeed.
Jovians, for reference to you all, are essentially mechs made by the Izanagi a very long time ago. There are several tiers of them. This one is a tier 1, I believe.
Yes. Or I think it's like actual air quotes level is 3. Which I can upgrade it to. But
Yeah, this one was a very special unit because it was known back in the day as Lord Flashbang, which Celeste made very liberal use of later on.
Uh-huh.
so yeah. After some searching around in there, we found some power cores, slotted them in, and then it was the big discussion of who gets the mech. And then we eventually settled on Celeste, because did we not trust Starlight with the mech, or
I don't think anyone
what
would
was
trust
the
Starlight with
reasoning?
the mech.
No.
The main problem with Starlight piloting the mech was she was also the only one with Izanagi knowledge enough to repair Q3.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she couldn't do that from inside Q3. So she was meant to be as kind of like an auxiliary for
Shipwright.
you.
Yeah.
You know, when the creator shows up, we
And
need to ask them for, hey, do you think you can give that Izanaki knowledge to like someone else?
also at this point, you still had a very major habit of getting punched in the face and then dying
Yes.
shortly after.
Yeah.
So we were like, we're
Yeah.
gonna put you in the big mech, so you'll have less chance of this.
Also very notable is that Celeste would actually be able to cast his spells while inside the mech as well,
Also true.
which is a major like thing. So it was at that point, it was basically just like, well, by putting Celeste in the mech, we can make a squishy wizard be like a frontliner while still giving him all of his like actual spells and abilities, relatively speaking, while also giving him, so much more health and everything. It actually,
Resistance.
Mhm.
He gets all the advantages, none of the disadvantages.
Yes. I will mention Jovians are just an add-on module meant for high level, but it is just a packet out there.
We also haven't used it in forever because balancing it proved to be a bitch. So
Yeah.
Q3 has been taking dust in our hold for some time now.
It's sad.
Unfortunately, Yumi ended up regretting adding Q3.
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey,
I
still
mean,
around.
I think what I could do is talk with Yumi about like rebalancing the damage or something, because that might help.
I definitely think
It's like the Kingbreaker. What it does is it has a 30-foot reach and does 3d12 damage if the enemy is above half health.
Yeah, I
He
think
does still. He shows up whenever we need the "this encounter is too hard" button.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we'll get to
definitely,
that. We'll get to
I
that.
definitely think Q3 being rebalanced just for being purely defensive would probably be better, but we'll get to that.
I can talk with Yumi on that. But yeah, Celeste climbs in, figures out how to turn it on, and then it's kind of not really an attunement, but it's basically attunement. And
At the
yeah,
soul level.
at the soul level. And yeah, Celeste then has a mech. And we get ready for the fight.
Indeed, we do. Well, we had no idea what to expect going into this. What you're seeing on the screen right now is, in fact, the main map for this vault that holds the pillar. That contraption in the top right is where the pillar is.
And the side pillars that are connected by the chains each had an illithid on top of them, doing the hokey pokey and essentially channeling a major shield around the pillar's encasement.
Indeed. Whatever it was, the illithids were actually like that illithid that we interrogated last time actually wasn't really lying per se. These illithids actually were trying to protect the pillar super hard. Like, not only was there already a super like hard encasement for, you know, the pillar made out of Izanagi tech and stuff like that, but the illithids themselves were channeling psionic energy, 6 of them, focusing all their energy, concentrating on this shield. And in the middle of it all sat a horrifying sight. The Elder Brain, but the Elder Brain was inside of a dragon. An Elder Brain dragon. Probably the most horrifying version of an Elder Brain.
And this is where again our habit of having plans not go to plan comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were trying to think about, like, okay, well, you know, not only is there an Elder Brain fucking dragon, but there's also a bunch of other, like, very strong illithid fodder, like, you know, actually infantry around the place, on top of the pillar's containment field. We had no idea what to do, but the best thing that we had in mind was basically, let's try to rush for the pillar. We would send Q3, so Celeste inside of Q3, in behind the Elder Brain Dragon, basically directly on top of the containment system, the containment machine for the pillar. Celeste is there. Celeste would basically be there to draw the aggro of the Elder Brain Dragon and basically get into fisticuffs with it while preparing for us to defeat all of the illithids on the pillars to make the psionic shield go down.
Because obviously it wasn't just the brain. There was a whole bunch of illithid soldiers and such, all gathered and scattered across this major courtyard here in front of us.
Yeah, it was insane. We were at such a severe disadvantage in terms of both numbers and power that we had to be very careful with how we handled this. And so that was our plan. Q3 would tank, ready to smash and grab as soon as the shield goes down, and we would try to blitzkrieg the 6 shield illithids on each side, which thankfully for us actually proved to be easier than normal. So Melchior started off combat by casting Vortex Warp on Q3. Q3
Actually, no,
gets
I cast invisibility first on Q3 because the idea was to ambush the dragon. So I started off
Mhm.
by turning Q3 invisible, and then I vortex warped him all the way to the other side and popped him in behind the dragon. Problem was, this is where we discovered that the dragon has true sight.
Yeah, every time
which
we've used invisibility to like gain the advantage, they have true sight.
Yeah, it turns out it just becomes a problem later on. I have a moment where like, oh, Dora, I'll use invisibility. Never mind.
yeah,
To
yes
be
you
f-
do.
To be fair, honestly, that's on Yumi. If she wants for that encounter, that's on Yumi. If she wanted it to go the way she planned, she should have given them true sight.
Nah,
I mean, like, how are we supposed to know in advance when a creature has special eyes?
it's true.
We
It's
we
true.
can't access their brand.
It's true.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like we know Celeste has special eyes, but that's specifically because Celeste is drugged in so much he just sees different now.
It's
Yeah.
true. He had a fungal shift IRL. God, I was expecting to get more laughs out of that, but I guess nobody
Yeah.
here plays Noida.
I mean,
No.
oh, okay. I did not know you were referencing, but I get it.
Yep,
Well-
and I have not played it a single time. So
Well, either way. So we engage combat. And Q3, well, Celeste and Q3, they do their thing. We rush in there, and well, we find out that the Illithids, fucking suck to fight against. Especially for poor Nissa, who keeps getting mind blasted and stunned. Bear in mind, right? Nissa is a fighter mainly, so she has 3 times multi attack at this point. She can shoot like all of the pillar, like all of the Illithids on the pillars, but she just got stunned a whole bunch. And so basically, what ended up happening is we had to kind of like work on it. Melchior ended up trying to round up a lot of the infantry, while Starlight also focused on the pillar Illithids. But yes, thankfully for us, that proved to be a little bit easier than we initially thought. We thought that maybe they, because of how just kind of the nature of concentration works, that they could still like act, maybe like sling spells or something at us. No, they were fully concentrating on this, using basically everything they had to concentrate on this. And once
Even
that
better-
concentration was broken, they literally evaporated into like fucking dust.
even better is whenever we started taking them down one by one, naturally this increased the strain on the others. So there was a chain effect where they just started popping towards the end.
Yeah. So despite the extreme circumstances, things actually ended up going relatively well for the first several turns. They weren't great, but things went more or less according to plan. Well, as soon
Until the shield went down.
yeah. Then the shield went down. And obviously Q3 is like ready to try and smash and grab, but as it turns out, the nether, like the brain, the elder brain dragon was like basically entering something of a rage at this point. Basically saying like, no you don't, how fucking dare you, stay away from that, and actually was preventing Q3 from being able to use like a full action to smash the casing. And well, we couldn't, none of us could get closer to the dragon because that would be insanely dangerous, because it's, if you know anything about Elder Brain dragons, well, their breath weapon is literally a giant like line of tadpoles. If you fail that save when it shoots that at you, you just get infected by tadpoles. And that's like, holy fuck, that's dangerous. So things start to go pretty poorly from this point onward. The Illithids were starting to get like were starting to get a hold of both Melchior and Starlight. Nissa had taken a good bit of damage at this point, but that was when the first ultimate of the game had been used.
This far in, and that's when the first ultimate got used. Because
It was...
Go on.
It was Nissa's ultimate. She flicked both of the levers, and she pointed it at the Elder Brain Dragon. She, at this point, didn't really have that much of an idea of what was going to happen, but, you know, there was a good chance of something good happening, right? Well, as she pulls the trigger, a massive fucking beam, a hyper beam of force energy just explodes out of her gun. This, I think, 10, 15 feet wide line going all the way across the entire arena. It eviscerated a whole bunch of the infantry illithids that were in the line. They completely disintegrated in the beam, some of them barely able to make it out, hitting the Elder Brain Dragon square on, and the Elder Brain Dragon takes a fucking huge amount of damage. And with the nature of such a destructive blast, it also blasts open the containment field for the pillar. The machine is destroyed. Q3 is able to just kind of grab it whenever. Obviously,
Keep in mind, the Elder Brain Dragon survived.
yeah, it did. It did survive, but it was heavily wounded, and it was basically psionically screaming like, no, don't do this. Don't touch the pillar. But, you know, us being us, Celeste grabbed the pillar, ripped it out of the machine, and that's when all of a sudden time froze. All around us, basically, the fabric of reality stopped. None of us could move. We were still conscious of everything, but we couldn't move. We couldn't react. All we could do was watch as out of this pillar comes this hulking, giant, just horror of a snake aberration. Holy shit, the fade in bow. And it looms over us all. That is Krenos.
Honestly,
Krenos,
the tiny kobold would have been hilarious.
honestly
Yes.
true. It would have been. But no, that is Krenos. And we've been given little hints at this point, going up to this point, about who and what Krenos is. We actually kind of skipped over getting the first iteration of the Godslayer plate. Now that I think about it, but
Oh yeah.
We
so
also skipped over our acquisition of the statues because we did that just before this as well.
yeah, well, either way, as a quick recap, Starlight's whole thing is that, you know, well, she has the Godslayer coat. We went to basically the ruins of Kandor, a planet that used to be the crown jewel of the Rihis Empire. But at some point, it was completely obliterated, with billions upon billions of people dying. In those ruins, we found effectively a lab of a soulsmith. That soulsmith created basically the prototype and the blueprints thereafter of a weapon using an Izanagi material called Verdarium. And this Verdarium would be strong enough to rip the divine energy from a god. Indeed, that blade was forged specifically to kill Krenos. As it turns out, this guy that you see on screen was sealed away after he rose to power as a deity. How he rose to power as a deity was he was the one who conducted the ritual to destroy his empire's crown jewel. Every soul was consumed for him to be able to rise to power as a new Yuan Ti god of death.
Yes, this man here was also the father of the current Emperor Renilios.
Indeed. He was the previous emperor, but he'd gone missing for a solid while. Now we know why. He was sealed in this pillar. And the Illithids knew about the horrors that awaited inside that pillar. So, we just accidentally unleashed Krenos. And as we're still frozen in time, he slithers, kind of floats through the air, and he actually turns to face Nissa because of basically the ultimate that she used from her rifle. He saw her as like the one that freed him because she was the one that breached the containment machine.
Well, there was other reasons too. But
Well, we'll get to that.
See, he's incredibly racist.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
he is. As you can imagine,
even for Yuan Ti standards, he's racist.
yeah, seriously. So as you can imagine, basically the previous god emperor of the currently very supremacist and racist empire of Yuan Ti, is going to be very fucking racist. So this guy didn't like anyone else in the party, and so that was another reason that he focused his attention to Nissa because she was a Shita, one of basically the strongest of Yuan Ti kind, so to speak. And well, all of a sudden, Nissa could move again. And as a reward, so to speak, he, allowed her to move and actually gave got rid completely of the exhaustion levels of backlash that she got from casting her ultimate. She was like, "Who the hell are you?" And then he obviously introduces himself as Krenos. And we realize we're in way over our heads here. But Nissa's trying to keep her composure. And something you have to keep in mind about Nissa at this point is that the entire time that she's been going through this adventure, right? Just her as like the type of person that she is, she's very like stalwart and hardy, and she only really likes being given things, quote unquote, if she's earned it. She doesn't want to be given gifts freely. That's not becoming of someone of strength. That's someone who's commanding of respect like that. She needs to prove herself, so to speak. And to Krenos, well, he wanted to basically freely hand Nissa a gift. In fact, because of how like her attitude and her demeanor and her strength, as well as how she looked, Krenos literally said, "You would make a good consort to my son, Emperor Renilios, currently in power." He literally said, "Hey, if you accept my offer, I'll take you back to Sarath of Sharlin, and you can be the new empress." Now, The thing is, Nissa hated what the Rahis Empire was. She hated what Renelia stood for. That's why she wanted to basically destroy or overthrow the Rahis Empire, because of what they'd done to her and countless people like her. The oppression of the Warmbloods and the racism and the supremacy. They had it coming. But there was no way in hell she would ever accept that. And she told Krenos as much, going as far to say, I will never take up something like that because that is something that I want to earn deservedly, not be freely given. And so Krenos makes a little comment, saying, "Ah, no wonder Seth smiles so brightly upon you." So Seth, the other Yuan-Ti god that most of the Yuan-Ti know and worship as it is, apparently likes Nissa. Well, Nissa didn't really know that at this point, but apparently that's a thing. But Krenos then said, "Well, if you want a challenge, I'll give you one to overcome." And so, casting some really horrible, profaned magic, all of a sudden, as the rest of the party was still in their time-locked, frozen state, their chests split open. Just in this horribly painful fashion, like surgically just ripped open. And their hearts were ripped out of their chests. And off they floated to Krenos, floating above his hand. Everyone, while they're in their time lock state, they obviously couldn't react whatsoever. But they still felt the obscene pain. And Nissa, seeing this, is like, "Oh my god, what the ever-living fuck are you doing?" And she tried to grab the closest heart that was, like, floating towards him, but she couldn't get it. She couldn't get it in time. And so she had to watch in horror as Krenos basically took a little nibble into every single heart. And then back they went into their chests, and their chests were sewn up. He had given them a curse of some kind. A blessing in his eyes, but a curse to us. A horrible, horrible curse to us. We had 20 days to find him and stop him before the rest of the party would be turned into Yuan-Ti via this curse.
See,
Even worse, they would not be able to retain their minds, and they would be completely loyal to Krenos, and they would be basically pure Yuan-Ti in both mind, in all mind, body, and soul. And before Nissa could really do anything about it, he disappeared. He fucking dipped out, flying off to Saratha Sharlin, because apparently he knew the rest of the locations of all of the pillars. And he was going to go tell his son so that he could get them. And then time resumed. Everyone immediately recoils in horrible pain because, obviously their fucking hearts are ripped out of their chests. And the Elder Brain Dragon actually takes a massive psionic backlash because Krenos had also done something to the Elder Brain Dragon to basically make it wither away.
As punishment for keeping him contained for so long.
Exactly. So at that point, the fight kind of continued. We didn't really have to well, I mean, we had the pillar in hand, but like, all of us had just taken massive amounts of damage. We were all in massive danger. There were still the Illithids that we had to fight, and the and the Elder Brain Dragon is still pretty mean. So we had to wrap things up really, really fast. And that's basically what we tried doing. Q3 was starting to basically like start to maneuver around, but Q3 was also heavily damaged at this point.
Mm.
And on top of that, well, Melchior had a good opportunity to use his ultimate of the Astral Arms as well. And well, he did manage to obliterate a good number of Illithids in the cone shape that he has with his punches. However, the backlash of said ultimate did do enough damage to make him fall unconscious, to go down. And right after him was another Illithid that was just a few tiles away.
So right before Nissa and the rest of the group's eyes, this Illithid runs up to Melchior's downed body, takes him by the sides of the head, lifts him up, and rips his brain out right there on the spot. And this is the point where Melchior died.
Like, major died, as in, like, Revivify would not work. We would need such an incredibly powerful resurrection spell to even do anything like that, which we didn't have access to, really. And as you can imagine, that's horrifying. That's harrowing. That's a massive tragedy, ultimately. And well, we basically fought to the best of our ability, trying to clean up the rest of the Illithids, and we do. Unironically, the like affliction that Krenos gave that Elder Brain Dragon did help us quite a bit. Helped us put down the dragon before it did that much more damage.
It was also the turn immediately after Melchior's death that Zips arrived and knocked down that upper left corner to pop out with his space rifle and begin opening fire.
Indeed. Something to note as well is that, as all things Yuumi campaign tend to be, that pillar was load bearing, so suddenly the place was collapsing around us.
She does love her load bearing bosses.
Yeah,
And
this is going to continue to be a theme.
Yeah, it is. So as it turns out, the pillar in that like mechanism as well, was somehow connected to a massive explosive network. And removing the pillar basically activated the explosive counter. Which means that the entire Illithid colony was about to go up in flames. It was about to explode in tremendous fashion. The entire colony. It was doomed. And we were at the heart of it. Well, coming from the south of the map, we actually hear some like pounding and explosions as well. As it turns out as well, the Rahis Empire were like actually just physically tunneling to the room. And so while we had just finally gotten just a few seconds to breathe, the Rahis breached the wall. And they were like, look, it's them, get them, they have the pillar. And so, under basically like ballista fire and, spells being slung and stuff like that, Nissa grabbed Melchior's body and everyone followed Zips into the top left corner, being led through a flaming corridor filled with bodies, rubble falling from the sky, and Zips basically was using something of an emergency teleport beacon. We had to protect Zips while it charged up, and we had to fight off against his soldiers trying to basically, knowing that they were doomed, but trying to basically fight to their last against us. And yes, correct, Raz. Melchior is dead. And after protecting the beacon for a bit, we all teleport out before it explodes. Suddenly, we appear in Gallus's lounge with Zips and Gallus, obviously, and we actually finally have some time to take a breath. I also want to mention real quick, because I did gloss over it, Sawtooth was with us, and Sawtooth actually realized during the time freeze that he was able to move a little bit as well and talk. He didn't really do anything with it, but it was an interesting little tidbit to something that we'll get to later.
Yes,
yes,
it'll help us later.
Indeed. Well, and that does get added to the. We'll get to that counter.
I don't know how helpful it is per se, but it is a thing that comes up later.
It is.
Oh no, it helps immensely during one moment.
Well,
it helps. Yes. It helps makes Questal blush. That's what it helps with.
No,
true.
What do you mean it helps? It's something else.
Right.
It's important during the frick. We're here to bully Nissa, not me. The heck.
Fuck you.
Look, your arrival is fast approaching. We gotta get a precedent going.
My goodness.
It's true. Well, either way, yeah. So like, we had just narrowly avoided complete doom of the explosion of the entire Illithid colony. We had no idea what had actually happened after we left, but we had to do something. We had to take a moment to rest. And yeah, true, Lemon. But so there Nissa was holding Melchior's lifeless body. And well, there was definitely a lot of sorrow in the room, especially from Nissa, who had more of a special connection to Melchior. Not only, did they, effectively grow up together, but Melchior had helped her so significantly and was so invested in supporting Nissa during this whole journey, this whole, her whole transformation, her mental struggles, gave her the arm, that she uses now.
Gave her her name too.
Gave her a name too, true. And yet, Melchior was just dead. Well, here we have something that comes up that is actually kind of really coincidental, all things considered. So as it turns out, just maybe a day or so before actually arriving on Svara, everyone on the ship had something of a celebratory feast, like a hero's feast going into battle. And one of the things that our party likes to have is this drink called Wizard's Brew. Generally is something of an alcoholic drink, which is why, Nissa, abhors it. But Wizard's Brew is honestly kind of fun. Whenever you take a shot of it, you roll on a table of 1d1000. Yeah, and an effect gets applied to you. And depending on if it's funny or not, or if it's actually hindering, it may or may not be permanent.
Like Celeste has one that is his soul can't leave the material plane.
Yeah, which is kind of
had it of him feeling disconnected because it comes up way too
Well,
much.
Yeah, it comes up too often, so we just usually ignore it.
Yeah, it's true.
He just feels a little dizzy. There's also the funny one where he can breed anything.
Yes.
Again, adding to the fact that he's just a bard pretending he's a wizard.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to find all
You-
of them.
It can have effects ranging from you spawn a bunch of puppies to a well full of mercury appears next to you. That was one that actually happened in one of our previous campaigns. And
You
all
you
the way
could-
up to the one that Nissa, despite only having like 2 shots, I wanted to say.
Yeah, she didn't actually take any of the shots. The only way that she was like basically going to accept imbibing Wizard's Brew was if it was infused into a burger that Satu had made at the time. And that Wizard's Brew effect gave Nissa the ability to cast effectively the resurrection spell once for free.
he was really lucky.
It was obscenely lucky. And
1 in 500 chance. If she had 2 of them.
That depends. I believe you may actually might use the expanded list, which actually is a 1 in a 1,000.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, but she
I
had
have
2
the
drinks,
list.
didn't she?
Oh yeah, she did have 2 effects. I don't remember what the other one was. It was so inconsequential. But the other one, obviously, having the ability to resurrect someone for free. And, well, Nissa, obviously, not having any understanding of how magic works, she didn't really know how, all of that stuff all that type of stuff worked. Just all of a sudden, is she in her, like, kind of like disbelieving state as she was basically processing the fact that, Melchior was dead. She had managed to basically channel her will and that little Wizard's Brew tidbit through herself and into Melchior's lifeless body. And suddenly, before her eyes, his skull regrew. And after a few seconds more, he opened his eyes. And very groggily, he says something along the lines of, "Why do you only like pick me up or carry me when I'm in danger," or something like that, right? Something like that.
That's actually exactly what he said. He said, "Why is it that I only ever find myself in your arms whenever I've been badly hurt?"
Mm. And then at that point, commence a hug, a very tight hug from Nissa, and more or less like a sigh of relief and like little bits of celebration from everyone else.
Because the effects of resurrection still took place. That being, it's like a -3 to -5. I forget which version it was. To everything ever. Melchior could barely walk. He could barely talk. He was basically just as weak as a child in her arms.
Yeah.
So he got to enjoy being hugged by her, but that was only because he was physically incapable of moving around on his own. And yes,
I
it
mean-
was very Deus Ex Machina, but the chances of that were so infinitesimally small. If we didn't have physical proof that it had happened, I would have scarcely believed it myself.
Yeah. Like, this was literally like, what, 2 sessions prior that I had this? I was just like, oh my God. Like, everyone, like, when I rolled that, everyone was like, oh my God. It's like, holy shit, that's an incredible thing that I'll just have in my back pocket. We didn't actually realize that, I
Especially
would have
since
to.
you didn't have any control over how it was used. It was literally this kind of exact scenario.
Yeah,
that thing was
exactly.
made for.
Like, it was fate. It was literally fate. And
That is also something that happens a lot with our party, is where we just stumble into fated encounters.
Yeah.
honestly, it was something of a really incredible moment. And I think this encounter with Death also was one of the big things that also kind of changed how Melchior approached things going forward. Smile.
He definitely became much more driven in the near future, yes. In particular, as the party continued on from this point, he made a promise to Nissa and began working very hard in the background to try and find a way to extend the amount of time that they had in order to find Krenos, something that he failed miserably at. He didn't buy them a single hour. And this is also the very first time that Melchior has ever outright failed at any of his projects. Sure, some of them have been unsuccessful but led to other discoveries. Not this time.
None of the occult engineering knowledge in the world could have helped prevent this curse from affecting them.
The curse of a god, remember.
Yeah.
And so, we left the Golden Serpent Lounge after a bit, and we appear back on the ship. Everyone that was left on the ship at that point, so Lukos, Ashton, they recounted what happened pretty directly after everything went down. Well, as it turns out, the Illicit colony exploding was no exaggeration. Literally an entire continent blew up.
Yep.
Like, from orbit, the entire side of a planet just got completely razed as the explosion from removing the pillar completely annihilated everything on that side of the planet.
I think it also did like heavy damage to the Rahis Navy.
It did.
Yeah, it did. Because of the scale of the explosion, a lot of the ships that were nearby in that area had also then suffered a massive shockwave, that sort of damage and stuff like that. And well, knowing that all of this went down, the Rahis and the other treasure hunters that were there, the treasure hunters and mercenaries and stuff, realized they had failed. The pillar either was no more or the pillar had been claimed. And so, slowly but surely, they all started to file away. The Rahis Navy was basically limping back to Saratha Sharlin. But I mean, it didn't really matter for them because Krenos was already on his way to tell them where the rest of the pillars were. We were on now a strict time limit, not only to find a way to cure the curse, but also because, well, the Rahis knew the rest of the locations of is going to know the rest of the locations of the pillars, which means that it's a race against time and a race against them.
Not only that, but we also had to find a way in those 20 days to not only get back to Saratha Sharlin, but also to acquire a way to kill Krenos.
Indeed. And this kind of goes back to what we had with the Godslayer Blade. So this was, again, kind of skipped over because we forgot. But Starlight and Satu bearing Godslayer coats, well, the Godslayer coats were one of the constructions from this soulsmith that also made the Verdarian blade. The Verdarian blade was sort of corrupted over time into an impure form because it was basically just kind of sitting there for a long time. We were able to sort of gelled it together into something else like a sword shape, but it was very impure and very inefficient. We had to find a way to refine and purify the Verdarium stuck to that blade so that it could actually kill Krenos. And to do that, we needed to find an intact Verdarian forge. Well,
I believe that was the completed
no, that right
No?
there is the impure one.
Yeah, Davey never did a thing for the completed one because of what happens to it after.
one.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. um, and well, okay, actually, another thing that we completely forgot to mention, Skaronovaki.
Mhm.
At some point prior to Swara, we actually get sort of like teleported during our sleep into like a pocket realm, presumably by Krenos. Because as it turns out, there was something of an Izanagi like construct stuck inside this pocket realm. This Izanagi construct reveals to us that he is actually basically a living Izanagi in a way that they could be living inside of a golem body. Because the Izanagi, they live a long time, but they're not immortal. And so in order to prevent themselves from dying, they basically insert their soul into a very highly specialized golem body that they can use and move around in, and then effectively be immortal. Well, Skoronovaki was one of those that did that. And in this case, Skoronovaki also had made it his mission to find and kill Krenos, because Krenos had done some sort of like insane deeds and sins, which I mean obviously Krenos blew up an entire planet to ascend to godhood.
Not that the
Well,
Izanagi were necessarily against such a thing, just as long as they weren't the ones doing it.
yeah, exactly. But either way, we were stuck in there, and it was effectively supposed to be a 1v1, well, a 1v us, to see who's able to be the victor and escape this pocket realm. Who is, so to speak, worthy of continuing the journey. Well, while Skoronovaki was squaring up, we actually ended up talking him down. Because we were thinking, okay, well, surely we can find a way out of this together, right? And Skoronovaki was saying basically like, I've already tried basically everything I can. I've been here for an ungodly amount of time. Well, that's where one of Celeste's little favors with his time dragon patron came in handy.
Mhm.
By pulling some strings,
Literally.
literally, Celeste was able to contact Pen and basically make it so that Pen breached the veil of this pocket dimension using some insanely powerful magic and was able to effectively whisk us all away from this pocket realm. This obviously made Krenos extraordinarily angry, but we at the very least had, Skoronovaki, the god-slaying Izanagi, on our side. And, he was kind of doing his own things, but Starlight, fast forwarding back to the present, Starlight used sending to contact Skoronovaki, telling Skoronovaki what had just transpired. We'd unleashed Krenos. Krenos was now active again. We had an idea of where he was going, but we needed to purify the Verdarian blade so that we could go and actually kill him. And Skoronovaki would try to help us as needed. As it turns out, there was a working Verdarian forge on Dao Terra, the planet of Dao Terra, which is apparently a very notable thing because Dao Terra is a planet that has been completely overrun by the Infernal. Specifically, Dao Terra was now an endless battleground for the Blood War. Demons versus devils. It used to be apparently like something of a pretty prosperous planet, but with everything going on with the Blood War, yeah, that changed very, very quickly. Now it was just, a complete like battleground, blood red and everything. And around Doubtera was a massive like field of asteroids called the ash fields. Almost no one is able to get through the ash fields and survive because of how dangerous they are.
Mostly because the asteroids themselves are full of such unstable chemicals that they are horrifically explosive. So simply nudging up against one or otherwise exposing it to heat, anything like that, any kind of sudden jar would cause a huge portion of that ring to spontaneously explode.
Yes, in like a massive chain reaction of explosions, which, as you can imagine, would annihilate a lot of ships.
Mm.
But we needed to get there. And we didn't have a choice. We needed to basically find a way through the ash fields to get to Downterra, to access the Verdarian Forge, to finish the God-slaying blade before we can go back to Saratha and fight Krenos.
Yep.
Well, while we were in transit, it was only like maybe a day or so after the 1 day's war, as it's called. We had a couple of talks. Like, so Starlight had to talk with Garwanavaki. Nissa actually contacted Larius on her own whims because it's good to at least give someone a heads up that that Krenos is on his way. As it turns out, Larius hated Krenos just as much as us, and apparently, even amongst their current empire that we know, Krenos is something of a kind of a bastard. And well, we will get some more information about that later. But maybe a day or so later, we wake up. Well, Nissa had grown and shed her skin.
Smile.
She actually, yeah. That was the point in time when we had leveled up again, and Nissa had increased her con score by another 2. Yes, she got bigger. Yes, thank you. But as a result of her having an 18 in con now, she actually did get bumped up to large size category.
Yeah,
So she said,
Raya wanted to be large.
"Oh my god, shut up." So she shed her skin, and she actually blasted it out of a cannon, which caused
From the sound of it, she was still very uncomfortable being a Yuan Ti.
well, it was a thing.
And it's a shame she also blasted her egg out of the cannon because she's laid an egg before.
No, okay. God, why did you have to bring that up?
Don't worry, she'll lay one again later.
Oh my god. Yes, technically she laid an egg a while back. No, we're not gonna go over that. Fuck you. Anyway, so she blasted the basically the remains of her shed skin out of a cannon. And well, that's it's skin. And setting skin on fire, basically everyone kind of choked on the horrible spell for a while. Anyway, so Nissa was now larger. And
Smile.
and then a little bit later, we come across a Masu encounter. It was another one of those like Masu corrupted Kendori, which again effectively acted like a flying ironclad of sorts. And well, they decided to start a feud with us, and so we decided to fight them back, as is evident. Well, as we were fighting back, Lukos was actually aiming one of the cannons at their cannons, blasting into the side of this metallic whale, and getting rid of one of the cannons near the back. And then something exploded back there, like maybe 6 seconds later. Some of us thought that maybe Lukos hit like an explosive part of the ship or whatever. Maybe like there was like a gunpowder source or whatever. Well, Celeste at some point used Steel Wind Strike and managed to get all the way over there through that hole. And what does Celeste see?
Well, you want Celeste to say or me to say it? 'Cause
I
think
don't remember.
What do you mean you don't remember?
I don't remember. Okay.
Apparently, you're not important enough to it.
This is when
Damn.
you met Questall for the first freaking time.
Oh, right.
The
Oh,
frick.
good. Yeah. Celeste met Questall.
Alright, so
Alright, go ahead,
obviously,
Bill.
God.
yeah, obviously, since you don't remember, I gotta say this encounter. Alright, so
Yep.
to roll it back a bit, here, I'll put a picture of Questall on screen since it's been a while. And neither will get to that counter. One sec. Just to reintroduce you to Questall Nullsick. This is Questall. She is a Yuan Tishita, like Nissa is, except she's a bit definitely smaller. She's not, she's a sorcerer, but dresses like an artificer, and she
Ha,
goes
tiny. Runt.
crying. She actually spends a lot of her time as a singer. She increased her sorcerer's powers by just going around singing at places and helping out wherever she could. And one night, when she was out alone, Masu kidnapped her because she, at least as far as she can tell, is immune to the Masu virus, and her heart gives her a connection to the Masu by being built with their tech. And they don't like this apparently. So one day they captured her and they were actually transporting her. And Masu taking prisoners is unheard of. They do not do that. They either convert or kill. So when she's just kind of stuck and miserable because she hasn't eaten for days, she's just extremely grumpy. Cannon shoots into the ship and manages to break the hinges of her cell door off. And she's like, oh my god, finally people are here. I can make an escape. And so, in classic Bow / Questall fashion, the first thing I ever cast is Fireball. And I shoot it at two of the tiny Masu in the room with me. And they happen to be next to a cannon, so the first thing I do is blow myself up. Because I hit the cannon and, black powder stockpile that was right there. So that's the explosion they hear. So it's like, huh, weird, something's going on. So Questall is trying to fight her way through. Celeste pops in, realizes, oh my god, there's a person here. And Questall is like, oh my god, people, hey, listen, just please help me get out of here. I need to get my stuff, and then we're leaving. And so they're fighting through. The battle rages on. Nissa ends up boarding with Kafka. I believe Kafka used Misty Step. So we end up fighting. Nissa eventually, I'm trying to think what happens. I think, I believe Celeste used Scatter to get Questall and Nissa back on board the ship.
No.
Okay.
So what happened was, Celeste very brazenly using Steel Wind Strike to just board the Masu ship was kind of like, oh my god, Celeste, what the hell are you doing, right? Well, Nissa was like, what are you doing over there by yourself? You are a wizard. Hello? And so Nissa ended up using a lot of movement to actually literally climb the mast and like the beams of the sails, jumped over to the like landing platform on the side of it, and started like cleaving her way through the Masu to try and assist Celeste and potentially get him out. Because the idea was that, oh my god, that place must be swarming with Masu. Celeste won't be able to handle that by himself. So Nissa needs to help. And, for better or for worse, Kafka was in her hands with a new greatsword form. So, as Nissa's cleaving through this, right? Cleaving through the Masu trying to get to Celeste to try and help him. And it turns out that they're completely fine. And Questall and Celeste just kind of like, leave on their own.
Yeah, leaving Nissa behind.
Yeah, as Nissa's like carving through them trying to find Celeste.
Yeah, and the Masu had actually boarded our ship, so we ended up fighting them on our ship. I can't remember what happened there, but basically we do the fight. We managed to end up. I don't think we detonate the ship, but we definitely kill at least most of the Masu.
Yeah, they actually end up like trying to run away, and that's at that point when they see that they're like everyone sees that the ship has started to like fly away. But this is still on board, right? And this is
Right.
like, what the fuck? How the hell did you guys get back over there? Because again, zero fucking magical knowledge.
Yeah.
Despite the
And
fact that she's seen us teleport each other on multiple occasions at this
She
point.
just she
listen,
just forgets that it's a thing.
yes, exactly. Listen. And so, like, she doesn't really have a way to jump across that massive gap. Thankfully, Kafka in her hands can use Thunderstep to get back. And so everyone gets back safe. And suddenly, we're face to face with this orange yuan tea.
And tensions are rather high because, as you can imagine by now, they don't really like Yuan Ti typically, which confuses the hell out of Questal, with Nissa being definitely one of the most vehement against her for just being a snake. Because she's not anyone super special. She's a very competent sorcerer, but that's about it. So she's just like, hey, listen, I was just captured by the Masu, which confuses the hell out of them because Masu don't capture people. And it's a bit of a standoff, and they're talking about throwing her overboard. And Questel's like, hey, please don't throw me overboard. Just, like, if you want me gone, just find somewhere to drop me off and I'll leave, okay? But they don't exactly have time to do that. Questel doesn't know this yet, and they're very, like, cautious, especially when I believe this is where they learn. Yeah, Questel was very upfront, I believe, and admitted that the reason they captured her probably is because she's immune to the Masu. And when they press that, she says that her heart's made of Masu tech, which makes them. I believe when Melchior shows up later, it intrigues him more than makes him worry. But everyone
Yeah,
else is
but
definitely nervous.
yeah, everyone else is very, very nervous because, like, we know the Masu. The Masu are ruthless. They infect everything. If her heart is made of, Masu technology, does that mean that she's one of them? Does that mean that she could turn at any time? How does that work? We don't know what's going on. And from our perspective as well, we had just escaped the 1 day war, as it's called. We were already against the Rahis, but now, like, like we like during pretty much okay throughout the whole campaign, we've seen the Rahis kind of as like a massive enemy force. While yes, we kind of catered to their rules so that we weren't like super standing out and like breaking rules and they wouldn't like attack us or imprison us or anything, we didn't like them. And remember, Nissa at this point still had ambitions to overthrow the Rahis because of the bastards that they were. Because everyone here knew basically every single Yuan Ti as being a supremacist little little bitch. And so once we heard that, that she was part of the Rahis Empire, like a citizen of the Rahis, right? Plus, given the proximity to the 1 day's war, we thought that Questal was one of the adventurers or something along those lines, maybe even on one of the Rahis warships at the 1 day's war, which means that if she knew what we had done, we would be very stark enemies, and we didn't want her to basically find out about that or spread any intel to her supposedly Rahis allies. There was a lot of reason for us to cast suspicion, and that was one of the big ones. Then the Masu Heart comes in, and we're just like, okay, we need to, like, you're just a volatile danger. We don't know anything about you. Considering what we've just gone through and what we've just done, you're probably a massive enemy to us. Let's just throw her overboard and be done with it.
Which Questel was like, hey, but wait, hang on, please don't. She very much didn't want that to happen. And I can't remember how, but she like pleads with him and begged. Yeah, and I think the reason that they don't do it is because the memory of Nissa executing someone who begged for their life is still rather fresh in everyone's mind. And Questal
Yes.
was begging them not to kill her, which
Yes.
definitely hit something, which allowed her to stay. Because if not for that, she would have she wouldn't have lasted, unfortunately. So thankfully, she gets to stay. Starlight immediately starts deciding that Questal's her prisoner. She's the warden, which confuses Questal. And Questal gets a very shitty. She basically just has her camping equipment, and she just takes a corner of like the lowest part of the deck. Here, let's move and show you where Questal stays. So Questal, let's see. Questal would stay at the very bottom left of the rightmost thing. That's the bottommost deck. She would stay down there. And she basically just had a corner to herself, and that was like where she stayed for the next like 2 weeks. Or, no, it's closer to 3 weeks actually, honestly. 2.5 weeks. But regardless,
Yeah.
go on.
At the very least, whenever Melchior finally came out and discovered Questal, because up until this point he had been sequestered in his lab, he is working nonstop on this curse. He comes out, he discovers her, and they have a little bit of a heart-to-heart. Unlike the others, Melchior actually finds quite a bit to sympathize with in terms of Questal, because the Masu heart that she has is very similar, at least in his eyes, to the Shroud infection that he has. Because the Shroud, whenever it became a symbiote with him, essentially made him anathema to everybody on Sarkonia. If it was discovered that he was in any way tainted with the Shroud, he would have been put to death an age ago, in a similar way to the crew was trying to do to Questal. So he understandably was more than a little bit sympathetic with her, and he sat down, he explained to her in a little bit more detail just what they had gone through, all the struggles that they'd been going through. And he assured her that no matter how it seemed, how rough it was for her at the time being, that that would very quickly change whenever she started to really introduce herself to the party at large. And that despite the spiky way that Nissa in particular was handling her at the moment, that she would be easily the most reliable person for her going forward, as long as she was open and direct with her. Something that turned out to be quite prophetic.
And again, this is for Questal. Melchior ends up being the kindest person at the time for her, so she latches on, especially because he's an artificer and she's the child of one, and she loves her father. So immediately, like, she ends up thinking very highly of Melchior just for his kind words, his assurances, and just sheer respect for his artificery. Because I think he also explains a few of the things he built, which she's interested in.
Indeed, yes.
So,
He
so
also shows very great interest in the workings of her heart, which actually helps out later on whenever her heart literally explodes in combat.
yeah, I think Questal agrees to let him like examine it as best he can. Like, Questal immediately trusts Melchior, which for a lot of people would be dangerous, but thankfully Melchior is a very reliable person. So Questal ends up basically. It turns out later that she just becomes very quickly part of the family, so to speak. Which is, it'll be fun to talk about that later. We'll get to that. Let me just add it to the
Indeed.
counter. So yeah, so it's a bit rocky at the start, but Questal has at least one person, and they agreed not to get to her. However, there is thankfully soon an introvert adopted. God.
Not inaccurate.
Well, technically, Questal's actually an extrovert because she loves going out to meet people and singing. And while she does appreciate time to, I'd say she's an ambivert because she can go either way.
She's an extrovert in situations that are favorable to her, but I noticed that she retreats very fast whenever conflict comes up.
True, she's extremely conflict adverse, which slowly will like fade away, and it's something she's still working on as a character. She's trying to be a lot more assertive, but in general, she's been a normal person. Okay, I'll do that. But actually, it's funny enough that Sandra is the only PNG I have that's close enough to Questal right now.
Currently, yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point, why like you should I mean, I guess it's not like an actual PNG tuber type thing. Like you should totally like change yourself to be Questal.
I don't have a cutout of her. I'd have to just
Eh.
put the thing on the side.
I'm
We'll
certain
use
that can
this.
be arranged.
Yeah, I should ask Yumi about it. Or shake Hefty and ask him to do a PNG of Questal real fast. Hefty, shaking you. I have an express order. But yeah, so freaking real fast. Yeah, real fast is important. It'll be important for the streams. That's why we need it, so I can pop it, so I can show up on streams. All right.
Destroying you. Yeah, true.
I like a number 9 and a number 5 for Nissa. But regardless, so Questal does get a chance soon to change Nissa's opinion of her, like almost a 180, because so Questal starts traveling and she notices there's a lot of tension on the ship, and Questal, again being a normal person who literally just happens to be a decently powerful sorcerer, but typically just a singer. She's been through a few adventures, but nothing super high stakes. Crazy nonsense, because obviously she's like level 13 by this point. So she's gone through stuff, but not nearly the same level of Kafka suffers as everyone else has. And soon, I believe the next encounter is the Void ship, the Halloween encounter, which unfortunately Melchior wasn't here for, so he was doing more research. But we end up sailing. We're trying to get to Daterra, and we find. Bring up the other map actually, just so that we have it. I believe it's this one. So we're like traveling to Spara, and between this and the ash fields, we end up encountering a ship. It's like all the other typical Void ships, but it happens to be floating, I think, in the middle of space and slowly drifts towards us. And so we go investigate it. And the interesting thing is that it seems to be a ship, I believe, from Sarkonia, if I recall correctly. It's one of their smaller,
Yes.
like bomber type ships.
It was.
Which
It was a Sarkonian arc ship.
Yeah, which for Questal, she just thinks that's rather interesting, but for everyone else, they're like, what the hell is a Sarkonian ship doing here of all places? And it's like all the other Void ships, classically warped. All the books are practically illegible. Everything's all spongy and gross. And Questal, with everyone else, goes investigating. I think actually it was who discovered the hatch. I'm not sure it was Questal. Regardless, the crew discovers a hatch that happens to have a void that they cannot see through. And so Questal puts her goggles down, because she does this whenever she does anything risky. And she decides to sew up an inch of non-magical wood with prestidigitation and carefully pokes it in. Nothing happens to the wood, so she just kind of throws it to the side and lets the summon disperse. Then she pokes her tail in to everyone just staring at her. And when she finds it's fine, she just kind of puts her hat to the side so in case it falls off, and just dunks her head in and finds a weird realm that seems to be in the void, but with a bunch of runes. I don't think we have the map for this, but it's fine. Let me look. Yeah, we don't have the map for it. Questal pops back up and tells everyone, hey, there's ruins down here. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna pop in. So we all pop in, and we land on these floating bits. Hi, Yumi.
Hello.
We're currently at the Void encounter after Questal shows up.
Okay.
With a Sarkonian arc ship.
Yep.
Oh, my parents.
Oh yeah.
So
Hello,
again,
everyone.
feel free to take over if you have a better way of explaining things. But I'm trying to do my part now that I actually know these things.
Smile.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
feel free.
believe Celeste just ended up popping over to talk to them first. Starlight was all Starlight had, I think. Yeah, Starlight was there. I don't know if she had her arc sail. No, she didn't. She grabbed one from them because they had an arc sail, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. So Starlight needed a replacement, so she kind of had her eyes on that from the beginning and was really hoping that she could get it, which is understandable because she's really good with that. And we get to talking, and these people look. I think they were hiding it at first, the void bits. But we get to
They weren't
talk-
hiding. They weren't hiding in the void. They were stuck.
No,
they
the
couldn't
void
leave.
bits.
Oh,
Were they hiding those at first, or?
no, I don't think so.
They were hiding it. I think one person was like very grievously injured, but the only reason they were still alive is because the sponginess had like closed their wounds and closed like their spine or whatever.
Yeah, so
The
we
other
were
person was hiding something.
Yeah,
I
so
think.
we saw that, and we were like talking to them. They explained that where they're from. They explained that they got ended up stuck in the void and have been here for who knows how long. And we saw that their injuries were definitely funky. I think this was Questal's very first encounter with the void, so she was like kind of horrified and kind of spooked by the whole thing. Everyone else having more experience was a bit less so, but still, we tried to talk to them, and I know Questal was definitely one of the people who were like, "Hey, listen, we can just try to get you out. We can find something." And they were worried because they didn't know if the sponginess would hold that would keep them together when they left. The Questal wanted to save them, and then the Void Crows appeared. The Deep Crows, I think they're Dire
Mhm.
Crows.
Mhm.
Deep Crows.
No, you had it right. Technically, they're deep crows. They use the sheet, but the better term for them would be void crows.
Yeah, Void Crows. So I think we like all gather, or everyone teleports to like the front. Everyone's trying to prepare to leave when the Void Crows appears. And after like a quick round of combat where Questal, in a classic theme, somehow ends up front and personal and gets like near downed because she got meleeed a bunch. Celeste uses his special move, Wall of Force, and just bubbles us, which the Void Crows can't get through. So we end up
Nope.
ending the encounter and having a conversation where we have a interesting discussion with the Void Crows, talking about how we don't deserve, and again, this was mentioned before, but that we don't deserve what we have, and that we took what was theirs. They're the ones that never were, and how the people we have will never be able to leave, and that if we don't give them up and let them, basically fully be consumed by the void, uh, they what they said was we'll also be unable to leave because they've sealed the exit, and they'd let us leave if we just gave them up. But I believe everyone was rather against just giving these people up. And this is also, I know that Questal especially was vehement, and this is like I think the start of Questal's moral compass starting to affect the party. Because Questal did not want to give them up and just let them be sacrificed to the void, and so she was racking her brain along with everyone else to try and figure out a way to get them out of the void and save them from the fate. But one of them already gave up and just said, "Listen, I can feel it in my bones. I can feel that if we leave, we'll just die, and I don't want to try and leave. Just give me up so that you can get out." But one of them, Questal would have let them go if it weren't for the fact that one of them still wanted to leave. He wanted to go home, and Questal felt that in her heart. Questal, saw that fear and wanted desperately to assuage it. Don't know how to pronounce it, but she wanted to save him because he was begging for it. And so I can't remember what Starlight does. Is Starlight typically leaves at least one of her pocket portals on the ship, and turns out it still works in this dimension. And the Void Crows looked on in horror as Starlight just opened one of her pocket portals and pocket holes, and revealed that we could just get back to the ship that way. But there is a major problem. The hole is small, very small. We were running out of time, and we had to find a way. Because a big problem is Nissa is large size. Nissa can't get through the hole normally, so we had to find a way to get her through. And we were trying to think we could just use Void Warp, but I believe the big problem was that Void Warp doesn't work. It works on places you can see, but I think it says specifically it can't go through like dimensions or something.
Yeah, I believe so. And also, was Nissa really the only one that couldn't get through? Because Nissa can just turn into her snake form.
Well, I didn't know that. I don't think she turned into one until later, though. She didn't turn into one for this.
It's true. I didn't.
Huh. You just forgot about it?
I don't know actually. See, I
I
mean,
do know that someone had a teleport solution.
yeah, I think it was Celeste.
Yeah, I think I just used scatter to get us all through.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And so there was the one guy who wanted to say that was fine. Starlight could get through just fine. I think someone used Enlarge Reduce on Questal, and Questal had Greater Restoration, which typically can't regrow body parts. But we kind of bent the rules here for story reasons, and also because we forgot how it worked. So Questal basically is like, listen, even if the void, because the crows are like, if they leave, the void bits go away, so they're doomed regardless because they have such grievous wounds that, as they revealed, was slowly spreading to consume them. So it's not just the wounds closed up, and they also mentioned that if we stayed here too long and the void, they mentioned like because they had gotten some injuries off, like especially on Questal, who was terrified to hear this, if we stayed too long, we'd be trapped like them. So, but we tried anyway. We managed to get through the hole. I think Celestial Scatter. We get through, and Questal and Melchior immediately get to work trying to stabilize this guy who lost like a major part of his spine and whatnot. And through
This is actually where Melchior succeeded in his original goal, that being to form a way for the shroud to be only beneficial. Using the occult engineering knowledge that he had been given, and his history with helping Lukos in stabilizing the infernal infestation, he applied both to the shroud and managed to come up with a methodology through which that he could essentially use blood samples and infuse the shroud into them over and over and over again to create an already stabilized form of the shroud spores, which would then be injected into the party and would begin replacing damaged tissue. So he used this methodology to help this soldier that had been brought back. He replaced the broken segments of spine with fungal tissue. All the bits and pieces started to come back one after another. And it's at this point that they discover it was only the body that had come back.
well,
At
not
least Melchior.
exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
Melchior learns later, I believe.
Well, he actually learned it right then and there. He just didn't tell anybody. Because he didn't want to piss on their parade that they had saved this dude, except, oops, no, you didn't.
Especially Questal, who looked like very relieved. Because this was a big thing for Questal, because obviously it was really important that she helped this guy. And Ryan, if you want to talk about, because this was how strongly Questal fought to save this guy, significantly changed Nissa's opinion of her, like on the spot.
Yes, actually. So with everything that we've known about the Yuan Ti, going up until this point now, we more or less have, again, really only known the Yuan Ti as being very supremacist and racist and stuff like that, right? But also very notably, they just didn't care about any of the other races. They didn't care about anyone else except themselves. So to see Questal so vehemently fight to try and save this random human man from a place that he was basically already doomed to be was something of a I guess you could say like a culture shock to Nissa. It completely upended kind of like her perception of the Yuan Ti. I mean, Oasis and Olkai were already kind of part of that whole thing anyway, because they were quite nice, all things considered, right? But to see Questal specifically go out of her way to try so hard to save this person, well, that was just that was a new thing to her. And having this much compassion and stuff like that for other races and stuff like that, it warmed up Nissa to Questal, thinking that maybe she's not that bad, maybe she's really not an enemy to us.
And after that, things for Questal, just through that moment, it was honestly really good, because it let people know that Questal, even if they don't know what type of person she is, it gave them an inkling that at the very least she's not trying to be an enemy. I would say Questal's an anomaly, but it's just she's a bit counterculture, and you'll see
Yeah.
more things. You'll see what happens. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to
Um,
that.
mhm.
56.
I feel like we're just doing it just to see the number go up at this point.
a little. There's a little bit of that,
Yeah, a
but you
little
know,
bit. There's also a lot of genuine versions of it.
Oh yeah.
So as we're still kind of like going around, right? It actually ends up being that with Nissa's kind of like change the perception of Questal, Nissa does slowly, very slowly, like open up to Questal, basically trying to make just sort of like little conversation here and there and stuff like that. Nothing super substantial yet, but
I think one
you
of
know,
the things that come up is that Questal absolutely adores her father. Like, of all her character traits, like, the thing she prides above pretty much everything else except for doing good is her father. She would do pretty much anything for him. And which, with Nissa's home life, kind of stuns her here, I think. Just, like, because it's interesting to hear Questal's perspective of her parent.
yeah, exactly.
This is also where Starlight makes an absolute enemy of herself to Questal by, upon hearing just how close she is to her father, deciding to call him up, and hold her for ransom.
So
Yes.
specifically, Questal hears that Starlight has sending, and so she goes to Starlight for help, saying, "Hey, listen, I want my dad to know I'm okay. He might be worried about me because I might have been back by now. Please let him know that I'm going to be safe." So she does a. God, can someone else describe what she does? Because I'm not sure I can do it justice.
I think it honestly comes better from you.
All right, so here my slightly. Okay, so
Given you're the one that literally compiled a list of her transgressions.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what she does is she calls and she starts talking about. Trying to remember how it started. She talks to Questal's father and basically starts acting as if it's a delivery because Starlight's biggest character trait is that she's a courier. It is the biggest part of who she is. So she calls the father and basically starts asking about Questal and is being very obtuse and making like say, "So you care about your daughter, right?" To her dad who hasn't heard from her, and he starts immediately being extremely suspicious because who wouldn't? He's like, "Yes, who is this?" And it's like, "My name is Starlight of I think whatever courier company, and I have Questal here." And again, she words it the worst way possible. She always does this. She's the worst at it. If you want to see her back safely, I'll need a delivery fee, making it sound like he has to pay a ransom. Freaking. So it kind of goes on like that, where she doesn't know how much a person costs to be delivered because you don't ship people. But she starts talking, and so I think she tries to get 30 gold for her. And I think I don't know. I think she gets it. I think she gets the 30 gold.
Yeah, she kind
well-
of bullied out of Questal's father.
Yeah, I mean, like Astaria wanting really to like realize the safety of his daughter does ultimately acquiesce to Starlight's quote unquote demands.
Also, know that Questal's on the side hearing everything Starlight's saying. She doesn't hear what her father's saying, but she's just listen. Don't do that. Just tell him I'm okay, and that I'll be back when I can. And Starlight tries to relay the messages, but completely mangles them, and again continues to make her father think that she's in some sort of danger unless he agrees to pay.
Yeah.
Worst is later on, she says that he only agreed to pay for delivery, not safe delivery.
Oh
Yeah,
because
I know.
she comes to him with her heart exploded. Her mechanical heart is blown up, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Well, it's
I was like, God, what a cunt. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that happened. So, Questal is absolutely miserable and is very peeved at Starlight. The beginning of her increasing frustrations on Starlight. because again, she worried her father, and Questel loves her father very much. So Starlight immediately starts making a shit list. Questel didn't have a shit list before this, by the way. She's the first name. There's only 2 people on Questel's shit list. Well, I guess 3, but Krenos already died. So of the 3 names on Questel's shit list, it is Starlight first, then Krenos, because after she learns, and then Pen the Time Dragon, because he also does something that she can't forgive.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
All right, time to. God, this number's gonna keep going up. Okay, so regardless, after that, they keep going on. Again, Questel like slowly gets warmed up to everyone. They start talking, and they travel up. Did they have any other major encounters? Because I can't.
No,
recall.
no.
At least up until they get to the Ashfield.
Yeah,
They
all the
go-
important character stuff happened during the travel from Doubtera to Sarconia, or Sarasa rather.
Yeah, it was mostly out of character roleplay stuff that occurred on the way there.
Yeah.
We actually got really lucky in terms of not rolling encounters on the way there, despite the odds
Extremely.
being stacked against us.
Yeah,
I had
because-
a dangerous encounter planned for that journey, and it never happened.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
because-
fact, I believe we like rolled a natural 20 whenever we reached the Ashfield, which led us to teleport past it.
No, you went through the Ashfields.
Yeah, we went through the Ashfields because
Well,
that's
you mean
definitely one
like
of my
back
favorite-
out? I think
No,
back out.
no, it wasn't a lucky
No,
encounter.
it was
that
the
day.
way
It
in.
was planned.
Yeah, you teleported out because because of the stuff that you activated a warp gate in Doubtera, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, that's
So-
what I was trying to say.
Stop adding to the counter.
Yeah.
No.
So you had to go through the Ashfields directly the first time in, but the way out you
Yeah.
had a different way out.
Yeah, but regardless, so we got there. We had a good encounter, but then we got to the Ashfields, which is definitely a moment I really enjoy because everyone had to get above deck, and again, the Ashfields is full of meteors, and it is impossible to avoid them. You have to destroy them before they get to the ship. So what Yumi did, Yumi, would you actually like to decide, say how you designed the encounter to work? Because it was really
So,
interesting.
The Ashfields, they are a massive ring of asteroids, an entire shield around the planet of Doubtera. What's notable about them is where their name comes from. The Ashfields, the particular stones inside of them, are constantly colliding, constantly creating these bursts of flame. Despite the fact that they're in space, they somehow still ignite due to some sort of magical essence within. It's like a brilliant, sparkling light in the distance, but when you get closer, it gets so much more dangerous. However, the way that was done was relatively simple. I had particular thresholds, as it were, which the party had to meet in terms of damage. AKA, I had everybody on deck start making attacks. These would be to take out certain asteroids that were coming up towards the ship, all that jazz. I think I did like 2 rounds per hex. And
I think
if
it was
you did
actually
enough-
yeah, hang on. With how we went through, I think it was like 4 rounds total then, because we went the shortest route possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
actually went through exactly in the center of this map here, where you have it zoomed in, that little 2 hex wide gap. We could have gone through a single wide gap had we flown all the way around, but that would have taken so much more time
Yeah, we
that
couldn't
we
burn
elected to
time.
just
Well,
take the extra hex.
Time
Actually,
that we s-
Yumi,
time that was needed.
Yumi. Yeah, I mean that's what we thought, but actually Yumi did actually say that there was supposed to be another hex. It's
Oh,
supposed
right,
to be
right,
that
yeah.
the shortest, the shortest route was supposed to be always 2 hexes. At least.
yeah, the program that I use to make these maps is really finicky. So, yeah, basically multiple rolls were done, and once that was done, I would check my thresholds and to see if they met a threshold or not to avoid damage. They met the threshold to avoid any damage by like 3.
Yeah, Melchior managed to like get 1 final cannon shot after missing every round, which pushed us
He
over the
missed
edge.
every single fucking shot except one.
The last one.
And
You
that
know, for
one that
dramatics.
counted. Yeah,
Questel actually, this was the first time she used her ability where people worrying about the Masu tech inside of her would be a little bit warranted because she managed to summon up Masu on the deck. Her heart has a direct connection to the Masu hive mind that she typically doesn't really pay attention to, but in times of need, she can summon forces from that, energy, which she used to man the cannons. Unfortunately, one of the teams were stuck, and she hated them. Well, she didn't hate them, but they were very incompetent.
It's actually very unfortunate that your ability is to summon the Masu, because the Masu at this point in our campaign are just so wildly outclassed. Like, it
Oh,
is
yeah, absolutely.
incredible just
That's why I've been
how
upgrading them.
useless they are.
Yeah, because like
That's why I've been upgrading.
Yumi hasn't really touched them because we won't need to yet for a long while yet. But like I've summoned them 3 times so far in the whole campaign, and the first 2 times they were utterly useless. It was honestly
The
God.
only use that the Masu have had thus far is to eat up the action economy of the enemies in using an attack to kill them.
Exactly.
Yep.
I summoned a big plague bearer, which again, if you've all been listening, is supposed to be this massive, intimidating enemy that's supposed to terrify all who look upon it. And it in one attack, it got it decapitated and turned rogue because if it loses its head, it becomes berserk. So Questal couldn't control it anymore. Like Questal has to hold concentration to control them, and she just threw up her hands and said, "Okay, screw it. I don't need to hold concentration then, I guess." And it became just a distraction on the battlefield.
It's sad. It has been the most depressing sight every time they come out.
I do intend to improve it.
I mean, the plague bearer I summoned last time was slightly meatier, at least.
Yeah.
But regardless,
In fact, it nearly infected her party members from coming out.
did it? I don't recall that, but
No.
It attacked Satu, and the only reason he wasn't affected was because of his special circumstance.
Yeah.
True. But regardless, like it's a dangerous ability that unless again, I really hope that we manage to upgrade him. But regardless, it's more dangerous than it is beneficial, and the only reason they helped at all is because one of the teams got some hits off, which helped. Otherwise, Questal, I believe, was helped. Let's see, Questal was casted like magic missile, and then I think helped mana cannon because she realized that she couldn't just do that huge magic missile AOE like all the time because she used her highest level spell slot, which was level 7, I think. Yeah, I don't know where
I think it was level 6 actually. I think you
Yeah, I
got
think it was
level
6.
7 a little after.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
levels. Well, hang on, no, because we got no, yeah, I have 2 level 7 spells but 1 slot. Yeah, that makes sense. But regardless, so Questal is casting spells and then helps. Nissa just uses her rifle and just starts blasting things like crazy.
Which I want to say, Nissa using the rifle during that whole thing, unironically, so the thing you have to keep in mind is that Nissa is actually a champion fighter. Champion fighters' thing is that they get a reduced critical hit ratio, or critical hit to hit. So you
Critical
crit
hit
on a 19 or a 20. Yeah. Okay, whatever. And she landed so many goddamn crits during this like whole encounter thing. And not only that, but she also landed a lot of goddamn crits using the charged blast, which is a 60-10, which means that if I crit, which I did a lot during this, I got 12 d10 force damage. A lot. Unironically, that was a large chunk of our damage, and I was terrified.
Yeah, no, Nissa
Yeah.
absolutely was the reason why we got through unscathed. Everyone else helped.
She
Yeah.
did the lion's share by far.
Yeah, Melchior kept. I think one of the jokes was that Melchior ended up like shooting a cannon, which bounced off an asteroid to hit another one towards the ship.
Yes, I crit failed twice. And
Yeah, it was rather funny.
And then there was Lukos, who just took out this massive bow and started taking shots with it, which was very impressive to see.
Yeah.
I don't think he's used it since either.
No.
No, he's used it a few times.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
a
very
few times.
rarely. But yeah, so we managed to get through the ash field unscathed, which is like unheard of. Absolutely like amazing thing. I don't know how we got through that so good, but regardless, so we get through the ash, ash fields. And we start making our way to Doterra. As we are, the party who were infected are starting to notice changes.
Just very minor changes, though.
It's just minor thing.
Just
Well,
a few
yeah, I
things,
mean-
just
Things.
starting to feel colder. I think the fangs starting to grow in, scales appearing, hair and feathers falling out.
I think the hair and feathers falling out happened after Downterra, but very specifically, people noticed that their like things started to
Yep.
feel much colder because as their blood turned from warm-blooded to cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which
Celeste
was
felt
a
really
very-
weird because his gauntlet lowers his body temperature.
Already.
Yeah.
So it always
And-
already felt cold or cooler.
Yeah, but like it still affected Celeste because it was very very bizarre. But like then aside from that, the next thing that changed was their eyes. They started to turn from like their usual eyes, which for a lot of them it's just kind of like the typical stuff. But their eyes started to turn into that of snake eyes. The more like slitted look to their eyes. Everyone who was infected, Starlight, Celeste, Melchior.
Thankfully, when Questal and Nissa gambled against them, they always won because they kept rolling snake eyes too. Very unfortunate for them, but we raked in the gold.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. I wish. You kidding me?
Oh, listen, I'm not the one who does the redeems. Leave me alone. Oh, hey!
No.
He does.
She does look like the planet we're traveling to. That's great.
Incredibly heavy sigh.
Yeah, you are pretty heavy.
It's not the only thing
It's
heavy
not-
about
you
you.
know this form isn't heavy, Yumi. Shut up.
I know it. I'm making a tease.
Exploding you.
Shaking you.
Regardless, hey, look, we have a planet to get to. All right, so we managed to get to the planet looking for a Ford. On the way, we talked to Stranovaki, or Starlight does, basically saying, hey, what's our escape plan? Stranovaki gives us information on the Ford. It also lets us know that there is a portal we can take afterwards that will get us past the asteroid belt, and he'll get working on making sure it's functional. We just have to activate it on Downterra. And so we managed to get inside. So first thing is we gotta find a way to open the place. So we go around searching, looking a while, and we eventually find a place that seems to have a tower that is mostly buried because of how ancient the place is. So we get to a tower and we have to find a way in. We spend some time questioning if anyone knows how to dig. Celeste tries to use sand shape, but all it does is kind of move the dirt a little, so we said screw it. So we have our ship pull around and have Lucos and those on board just open a full broadside on the damn thing. Open it up 'cause we had no better options.
It's
And
true.
we just blow the tower open with cannons, which is honestly a very our party way of doing things, I feel.
Absolutely.
It's
Yeah.
actually this encounter here specifically that made me pick up Stone Shape later on down the line.
Which became very
Nice.
helpful for a
It
very
did.
for a very important encounter that we had recently. It was very Milker became a monarch. It's supposed to be patriarch, but nope, monarch. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, no, he
A
became a
matriarch?
king. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to
Why?
that.
Why do you imply that I'm supposed to be a matriarch?
Well, you know,
Melchior, you're pregnant.
Whoa.
obviously,
Wow.
obviously, everyone talks about the monarchy, so obviously that's just what you are.
What?
Anyway, let's move on before they realize I'm being.
I don't get it. What the fuck?
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to contact Darius.
No, God. So wait. Does that
Just a-
mean that like you're gonna be like the seahorse?
Well, just
I
think about
guess.
it this way: we have confirmed that the Emperor does have tits, so
He
Oh
does
my
not have tits.
he has tits.
Oh my god.
I mean, you specifically
He does not
said
have
to me
tits.
that if he did, we wouldn't be able to tell with his armor. He does. So.
Yeah, but that there's no
He
guarantee.
has really nice heaving venom sacs. We've seen him in his pajamas.
If they were that big, you definitely would not. You would definitely be able to see him, and he doesn't have those.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yes, I did. I
doesn't.
did, Andrea.
Yeah, yep. But regardless,
we have added a clip to the collection. Yippee!
yippee. Anyway, so we managed to get into Downterra. the Downterra like facility for this forge. After some finagling around with Celeste and Starlight working together, with Celeste knowing how the language works, because no languages can hide from Celeste.
Yes.
And Starlight knowing how just Izanagi tech works, they work together and manage to turn on the power and turn on the forge, which is very important because we have to go to this forge in particular because Verdarium needs intense flames, like absurdly powerful flames. So, we get that going. Starlight leaves a portal here for when we want to leave, just in case. And we go down to where the forge is. Now that we have, like, I think blueprints of the facility, so we know where the location is. We go there. We manage to find a hole into the facility. And with the power on, the sealed door unlocks, and we get to explore. I think we find a Verdarium toolkit, which we give to Ashlyn, who is Starlight's love interest, and the smith, who's going to make a blade that can kill a god.
Was this the facility where we had that light themed puzzle that we just completely cheated on?
Yes.
Was
Yes.
it?
Pretty
Oh.
sure.
Well, apparently so, because I don't remember anything about a puzzle.
Actually, no. Wait, that was
I don't
was that the
remember
previous
anything.
forge?
I don't
Was
remember
that the
anything
other?
about it.
Was that the one on the destroyed
Well, here
planet?
it is.
Andor.
Was that on Candor? No, surely not.
I think that was on Candor.
That's the forge.
No, it was the forge. There's the
Well, they're
mirrors on
both
this map.
forges.
No,
this-
it was this
it was-
room here that had mirrors set up in it.
Yeah, the
Oh,
mirrors
yeah,
are
I guess
set
it
up.
was this one. It was no. See, that's Candor's.
Yeah, that's the
Because-
Candor
yeah.
forge. Hang on, this isn't.
Wait,
the
that's
one
Ca-
forge.
What
It
the
That's
was-
fuck?
Candor's forge because you
It
notice
was-
how the other room is lived in.
Yes, but it's also
Hang
it's
on.
also mirrored in the form of the
Yeah.
forge that was on this planet.
Yes.
I don't think I had a light puzzle though, because I don't remember us doing anything about that. I do know that while it looked similar, there were a bunch of flowers here because there's a hole into the damn facility. The forge was over here. This was a lot more broken down.
I'm
then
fairly
this-
sure that there was a light puzzle that involved getting beams of light into those receptacles there. That's on the far left and
Yeah, I'm
right.
pretty sure that was
north.
actually on Candor now.
Yes,
Let me go
I-
find. Yeah, it was Candor, but let me go find the map that was used for Doubtera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they shot out of those like pipes there on the far left and right.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
we had to use mirrors to go around those pillars.
But
to
that
try
didn't
and get them
that
into
didn't
it.
happen on Doubtera. I don't remember anything about that, so I'm pretty sure it happened on Candor.
I guess that was Candor then.
Yeah, no,
because-
it was definitely Candor because the forge here on Doubtera was locked, which is the reason that we had to power it up in the first place. Because there was like a whole security system inside here.
Yep,
Remember?
security system. There's a room on the side where we found a power cell for Q3, which Yumi begrudgingly gave. And then we also basically found, I think, like the way there's like some valve to turn that would fuel the forge. I think that either like some sort of special gas that like powered the heat or something.
Yep.
Do you have the map, Yumi?
Yeah, I'm sending it along to you.
All right. Yeah, so
See, the
that-
same stuff is there, but it wasn't used because if, as you notice, they're already illuminated on this one. The two bulbs
Yeah.
that you were supposed to connect to.
Yeah, so yeah, we have the flowers here. Let's see. Yeah, we have.
Which we
the
didn't
thing on
actually
the
explain.
side.
So hold on, real quick. So basically, when we got to Doubtera's surface, we realized that we were expecting a battlefield, like a war torn, a war scarred, like planet wide surface. Turns out, I mean, that's sort of true, but
You
ultimately,
never
what we
mentioned what was fighting there.
yes, I did previously.
You did? Oh.
Yeah, the blood war.
before. The Blood
Okay.
War. But as it turns out, the surface was just covered in these flowers everywhere. As far as I could see, flowers, and under the flowers, bones. The flowers grew from the blood of devils and demons, and their skeletons and their bodies basically fueled their growth. Fun little tidbit.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty fucking brutal.
So we went in here. The whole place is powered on. Yeah, here's the written place where we found the tools for the forge. We turned on the power, and Ashlyn had to go in and start forging the sword. And Questel tried to go and join her because she knows a bit of magic to try and help, and it was insanely hot. And so
Ashlyn and Melchior both actually were forging it.
yeah, so Questel joined, but then we heard something barging in. And
Mhm.
behind this door that was sealed, a bunch of, was it demons, I believe, came in?
Devils.
Oh, devils, yeah. Devils came in and basically wanted the power of the forge because it had been sealed forever, and finally someone opened it, so they wanted to see what was so valuable. And we didn't want them because we were forging an impossibly important sword, so they couldn't have it. So a fight ensued. Questel ended up having to leave with Melchior, who both also had to leave next session, but also had the tools necessary to help Ashlyn do it without permanent harm to herself. Because it was so hot that she, even with special markings that would allow her to work in incredibly hot environments, it would be overpowered by just how heated the place is.
Yeah.
I actually thought that I had to leave, but I actually did show up for that next session.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's funny.
But-
But no, like the thing about this, right, is that Ashlyn had the tattoos, like her like tattoos on her arms and stuff like that, that activates in like this sort of heat. It gives her resistance to heat and fire and stuff like that. Then on top of that, she drank a potion of fire resistance. And on top of that, Melchior cast Fire Shield on her. And even through all of that, she was still getting burned by the heat of the Verdarium Forge.
Verdarium eats magic. So it was partially the extreme near red giant star heats, but also the fact that Verdarium eats magic. So it was eating its way through all those wards the entire time.
But regardless, as we fight all the devils and the sword gets forged, we manage to fend them off, which makes someone unhappy, but, we don't have to worry about that, I don't think, at least. I mean, they're probably not important. Regardless, we managed to fight them off. Ashlyn comes out.
Well,
just-
hold on 1 second. Before that, there was one funny thing that happened. I just want to bring this up because it's funny. So the thing about the enemies that we were fighting is that a couple of them were basically fire hellions, which are basically like devilized fire giants. They are very big and they possess fire giant strength, which is 29 strength. Well, that's what we're trying to say, Lemon.
Yeah,
It's actually funny you say that because I actually made a quip about that very recently.
Yes, because there was some star-based stuff recently. But yes,
We'll
red
get to that.
giants are towards the cooler. Yeah, we'll get to that. Red giants is towards the cooler end of stars. If it was next to one of the hotter types of stars, things would be even worse. She probably wouldn't have survived.
Well, either way. So there were fire hellions, and Nissa, using her large size and high constitution and health, and being the tank and stuff like that, was trying to prevent them from entering the door. Right? She was basically barricading the door. After they destroyed the door, she imposed herself between herself and Starlight, Celeste, and Questal, because they were the squishies, and also had ranged options. Well,
the story, I believe.
the fire hellions had enough of that shit and grappled her. So they grabbed her by the tail, by her big snake tail, and just started fucking spinning her around, slamming her like head and body into all the walls, the floor, and stuff like that. And then after that, they just fucking yeeted her like a freaking bola across to the other side of the room. Thankfully. So long, Gay Stick, yeah. But thankfully Celeste was able to use like Vortex Warp and get her back. But that was just a funny moment.
It was all because I can't remember which one of you mentioned it, but somebody mentioned, wouldn't it be funny to sling around a Yuan-Ti like that?
Yeah.
And so I did it.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Why
we
did
were
it
kinda
have to
talking
be
about that.
me?
No
Because you're
worry.
the big one.
I mean, Questal gets thrown a lot too.
Who else? When else are you going to get chucked like that?
Yeah,
You're a bit too
true.
big for that. Your constitution is a bit too high.
Plus,
Yeah,
you're the one that
yeah.
always does the grapple thing, so naturally you're going to be the target.
But do you have the other map, by the way, for the encounter after this, Yumi? Because
Oh, I
if-
could try to find it.
yeah, if you
It's just
have it,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
but-
just a flower field.
I mean, yeah, but it's still very pretty and cool, and we'll
I suppose
see what
that's
happens.
fair.
But
We'll go find it.
so we managed.
Yeah,
to
we still haven't used that fucking staff.
What's that?
It's supposed to be really powerful and important, but like we've never fucking used it.
I completely forgot about its existence, to be
What's
honest.
that?
I mean, to be honest, me too. The staff that we stole from the Abishai.
Oh yeah, you still have it. You took it as a trophy.
Oh, you're right. It is a trophy. Yeah. Okay.
It-
Yeah, no.
It's just kind of mounted on the wall. We're like, it'll be there
What
forever,
does it even
just
do?
in case.
Because this was my first attempt to try and get Questel a melee weapon. Because
We-
we did find a ship.
We have
That's
no
so long.
idea.
Yeah, you still need to
Yeah.
stat it, Yumi, to see if anyone can actually use it.
Yeah, Yumi hasn't statted it like the entire
Yeah,
time.
so this
Listen,
is
I forgot.
Here starts Questel's long attempts to change melee weapons. Because Melchior made her a dagger. It's a really nice dagger. Not very good for super melee because she doesn't have a lot of dexterity or strength. And also, Questel does ends up giving it away, which starts a theme apparently of stuff that
You
she
gave it
gets.
away?
Yeah, Florence.
All
has
right, you
it.
gave it
Yeah.
to Florence,
Yeah,
right?
Florence has the dagger and her old revolver, which she doesn't need because she has a much more accurate pistol now.
Yep, that's sure.
Right.
Also, I
was-
did send the map, by the way.
All right, awesome.
It really was a very fancy dagger, though. It was like an iridium mithril alloy that he had made.
I think it was just mithril. Are you sure?
I
Or
remember
no,
it being
it
an
wasn't.
alloy.
No, it was adamantium. It was adamantium. It wasn't mithril. We found adamantium
I remember
weapons.
using adamantium for it because
we
adamantium
found-
was still in very dire need for the Magnum. At this
So
point.
we found a shipment of adamantium weapons, and Questal.
Right.
Yeah, Questal asked for one, and so Melchior was very kind and made her one and rolled like a really good success. It was a +1 dagger.
Yeah, I rolled like a 28 to make a +1. I was like,
All right, so let me change that. But we managed to make the sword. Ashlyn gets to the ship. Or no, we need to call the ship down or something because it's not around. So we go to this open field. Shrink it so it kind of fits. So we're basically kind of waiting for evacuation. Okay, maybe that's a bit too small.
Yeah.
We have this, open flower field, and then some creature that what were they, like a red dragonborn looking devil?
It was an Abishai, which,
Yeah.
yes, does look like a red half dragon to a degree.
Yeah, popping up on top of the skull with a bunch of devil forces. What was the reason? Like, what was the reason they popped up again?
They wanted whatever you took out of there.
Yeah, we tried to convince them. We were just exploring and found nothing good, but we didn't do our checks. I think partially because we're bad at lying, or we were bad at lying right then, and also because I think they could feel the power of the damn sword we forged.
Mhm.
yeah.
Because again, it's a god-slaying weapon. It's one of the most powerful weapons in existence at that moment.
I
That shit
believe
strong.
I believe we did convince them though that the forge collapsed before we could actually get anything particularly major out of there. That it had been locked because in the act of fighting them inside the forge, the door got damaged and essentially sealed off from the inside.
What really happened was Starlight went and just re-enabled security and turned off the power. So technically, the party knows that if they ever need to forge something like that again, they can return. But so we end up fighting the group, which ends up in a long battle where we need to end up calling Skoranavaki for backup because they animate the skeleton. They don't do it. We animate the skeleton, and they end up like taking it out really fast.
It was like one round. It was pretty absurd.
Yeah, we're like, we need backup. And so we call Skoranavaki to come in with like a not disposable, but a decently strong, Izanagi construct to come assist, which defeats the funny big bad of this encounter in a very good way. So we end up with, actually no, Brian, you want to describe what you do to this poor guy?
Should
Yeah.
probably also mention how the fight started.
Oh, how did the fight start? Actually, I know that we
A
started fighting.
giant fucking super hellfire ball.
Oh
From-
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that was really
No, okay,
scary. That
alright,
hit
so,
us and
okay.
did a lot of damage.
You have to so everybody who is listening, you have to bear in mind that Abishai are like extraordinarily powerful devils.
Specifically, the red Abishai is
Well,
the
yeah,
most
hold- I-
powerful of the Abishai.
Let me speak. So
Fighting it.
Abishai are very extraordinarily powerful devils. However, their color determines their power level. But basically, like their actual proper strength. Red Abishai are the actual strongest, and
They
they're
work
like, they're like CR fucking like 19 or something like that.
They work like
I remember
Dragon Ball
this.
Saiyans.
I remember this because we had to fight a variety of Abishai in my Tuesday campaign. They're fucking terrifying. Remember, in my Tuesday, I said just real quick as a side tangent, right? Just to kind of showcase the power of them. We had to fight Abishai in my Tuesday campaign as like basically big bads of that current story arc. We had reached level 16, 17, and then 18 in that campaign. And even though I was playing a level 18 sorcerer with 14 con, so a +2 con score, and Abishai still 100 to 0'd me with one ability. And it wasn't a red one, it was a blue one. And a red one is stronger than the blue one. And we were fighting a red one at level 14.
And it had backup
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
And it had
Abishai-
backup with multiple Fire Hellions and a couple other smaller demons.
And Abishai is CR19 by itself.
Yeah.
So, and it started with a very powerful spell because Yumi likes starting off with big flashy attacks that can one-shot people.
It's
Yeah,
fun.
so the red Abishai has a funny little ability called Hellfire Ball, and I think it does like fire mixed with necrotic or something like that, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it literally ended up doing like anywhere between like 60 to 80 damage to every single one of us.
It nearly downed Questal. Like, everyone was in critical condition after that. We're like, we have to keep fighting?
Yeah, exactly.
We were very
And-
stressed.
Yes. So ultimately, what ended up happening, and somehow it ended up fucking working, right? Starlight, using her heroic powers, was juking the ever living fuck out of one Fire Hellion. Melchior and Questal were dealing with the other Fire Hellion. Celeste was kind of keeping some of the ads at bay, and Nissa basically went to try and get the aggro of the Abishai itself. Because, like, surely if it's just a powerful mage type creature, getting in close combat and preventing it from really doing much will probably be beneficial for us. And at the very least, we will be split up enough so that it won't use that ability on us again.
Nissa went forward with the belief that since she doesn't believe in magic, the Abishai couldn't do anything to her.
Oh, it's so true. But no, so like she tried to basically like grapple it and stuff like that, right? But specifically, we started to realize that it was using that staff of his to basically like get its abilities. And so during one of the situations, like as we're waiting for Skaranavaki's like assistance, right? Nissa is trying to wrestle the staff out of the Abishai's hands to hopefully like prevent him from being able to use his most powerful spells. It ended up failing a couple times, but just the turn before the diviner appeared, she actually did manage to wrest it out of his hands, just barely. And that was with like, while the Abishai was grappled by her, she disarmed him, and then what she did was she took the staff and she just fucking bonked him over the head with it. And then the very next turn, the diviner appeared and grabbed the Abishai and went off to space with it.
Yep, to blow up.
Yep, to blow up. And so that started the little running joke we have of Nissa having a massive bonk.
Yep.
Yep. And
Oh, yeah, them
also,
just- them just
now
stuff.
now they probably have blood feud with us because I don't think they're happy with how we got away.
Oh, 1000%.
They are going to
Well,
come back for us at some
We're
point.
in the Devil Book of Grudges somewhere.
Somewhere.
And again, Questal. So again, she hasn't exactly been through stuff like this. So Questal has been beaten within an inch of her life in like every encounter. So she's learning to compensate for her new lifestyle. But we managed to get to the ship. We leave and we find a portal, which I believe, interestingly enough, on the other end we see Masu because I think on one end I think the portal itself had been turned into a Masu base, but the portal still functioned.
Correct.
So we had to defend against Masu trying to get us as we just rammed our ship through the portal as fast as we could. Because we were on a time limit. And as the changes slowly started creeping up with the crew members, we could feel every moment slipping away. So we sailed right through. And did anything important happen on the way back to Saratha, Charlotte? I know that Starlink made a deal for the soul of Krenos.
Okay, well, a fucking lot of shit happened on the way back to Saratha.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to remember, okay?
So first of
Pretty
all, we went through the gate to basically like run through the Masu outpost. We wanted to more or less evade them, but this also introduced the unique thing about the Hound.
Oh, right, the Hound.
Hound 03. I'll BRB. Okay, feel free to continue.
So remember the Hound, that Masu like leader of sorts back on Tragia? Yeah, the Hound had a bone to pick with us and was here waiting for us and boarded our ship. But funny little tidbit about that is that apparently there was like a thing in its the Hound is back.
Yeah, let me explain. So
Okay, you go for it.
Yeah, specifically, turns out Questal's connection to the Masu allowed the Hound to communicate to her directly and let her know that there was actually a thing on the back of its neck controlling it. A module that kept it compliant and that it was actually doing all the things it was doing against its will for the will of the hive. The hive mind. The queens. And it told her that it could give her answers if she helped free it. So Questal decides that she... this was supposed to be secret, by the way, but Yumi accidentally sent it to everyone. It was really funny.
She did. We're like, oh.
So yeah, and so everyone knew not to kill the Hound, so they just found ways to focus on the mobs. Questal managed to get behind it and managed to do a precision shot and hit the inhibitor, which freed the Hound, and it started going on a rampage against the other Masu. It was furious. And we managed to do the encounter, and everyone else was, I imagine, a little bit hesitant to listen to the Hound. Right?
Yes, because we
had history.
Yeah, we had history with the Hound. So
I believe during that fight is also when Quasol got stabbed in the heart and had the
would you like to explain what happened there with Questal's heart? So Melchior fixed it, but what happened was Questal was fighting, and the Masu, they know a lot about Questal, and specifically they know that her heart does a lot for her. A very important thing that not even Questal knows about that will get revealed later. So they break her heart. So she suddenly it hurts agonizingly a lot. And suddenly, the sorcerer can't cast anything above a level 3 because it goes to low power mode, which is the emergency mode. So she's not feeling too good. So Melchior takes her aside and does quick maintenance, and I think he rolls like a crit on repairing her heart or something.
I did, yes. It was a 33 at that time.
So yeah, Melchior ends up just quickly having the appearance on hand to just completely replace her heart, fix the glass, and she's back up and running in one turn.
Yeah, Melchior just pulls it aside. Oh, I can fix this real quick. Here, let me pull this little shield of glass that I just happen to have on me for whatever reason. Crink, there you go. You're good. Go back out there, Judd.
Which the experience
Go get
also,
him, champ.
That knowledge definitely helps.
Smack her on the ass. Go get him.
But regardless, we managed to free the Hound. Combat's over. And the Hound starts explaining things, specifically that the Hounds like him aren't actually wanting to do what they do, and they're individuals that haven't had their personalities erased, but are still being used. Their intelligence is being used for the hive. That's why the Hounds are so dangerous. And that their real name is Sigurd, and they were one of the people who helped design Questhal's heart. They used to be a close acquaintance with their father. Questal barely remembers them, but remembers someone. I think they were a Tabaxi originally. Ironic, being a hound. But regardless, Questal remembers them vaguely, but they vanished a long time ago. But they were the one that came up with a lot of the designs. And her father was the one who definitely helped realize the heart, but he only had half of the blueprints, I believe, and whatnot. We'll have to ask Yumi to confirm. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but he said that the heart was the key to taking down the Masu, and the heart was originally designed. It wasn't made to save Questal's life. That was used as a stopgap. It was originally supposed to replace the heart of either him or her father, and so that they could go and take down the Masu. And then he started disintegrating because without that control to the hive mind, his body just couldn't kind of stay there. I can't remember why. I think it's because it counted as him being quote alive. So without that, the Masu tech started to just disintegrate. So he wasn't dying. He would return to them, but he just tried to get out that information while he was still in control. Yep, Sigurd, I believe. Again, confirmed with Yumi. So Questal now has important information to do to her father, but that's also stuff we haven't actually gotten to yet. That's probably going to come a lot later because we have a lot on our plate before we go back to the funny Masu planet.
Yep.
Does that count as a we'll get to that?
Yes.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, we haven't even gotten to that, so I guess we'll all get to that.
Yep.
Yeah, true.
So we do that. What happens next after that? I can't recall.
Yeah, it was at that point where we spent the next day or two traveling in wild space, basically avoiding encounters. I think we actually do encounter a good encounter, which was just one of those merchants that float through space.
I think so.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and Celeste does the funny illusion thing here, doesn't he?
That was
Yeah, that was actually. Yeah.
That was around here, yeah. Before we exited the wild space bubble, at least.
Yeah.
So you want to describe what Celeste does then?
Yes. So Celeste, seeing how everyone's really stressed out and having a hard time, he gets an idea and simply rings up Pen, which he shouldn't be able to do, but somehow still does it, and makes just a monetary trade with Pen for a scroll of hallucinatory terrain. And once everyone's, kind of around, Celeste actually just makes a scene on the deck of the ship from our own home planet. Just a nice sunny field. Nice and relaxing. And then lets everyone enjoy it.
Yeah. It was if I remember correctly, it was basically like a sunset on a field that we would recognize as our home.
You could see the village in the distance.
Yeah. And the sun was going down and the stars were coming out. The stars that we remembered, that we recognized. And, everyone was very, very stressed, but that was a very rejuvenating experience for sure.
Yeah.
Especially because leading into basically everything that's about to happen and this, right? Nissa has been basically silently kind of suffering in her own way. Well, yes, basically the entire party otherwise was dealing with the curse of being transformed into a Yuan Ti and the stress of that, right? She felt like she was at fault for it. Because of the way that she handled Krenos, the way that she talked back to him, by being defiant, she believed that she caused Krenos to curse them like this. She didn't tell anyone for a solid while, but she was very like that's how she felt. She felt like she was responsible for her friends like transformation, their curse, everything. And, it was eating her up. She didn't know how to handle it, She always tried to pride herself on being someone who was strong and reliable and able to like weather any storm. While yes, she has had her own mental struggles in the past, she generally speaking had them away from everybody's eyes, and she would always like maintain like herself and like at the very least like a very very good facade of basically is kind of being like, okay, let's go, we got this. But this time it was one of those situations where she didn't know how to handle this. She didn't know what to do, and she felt responsible for everything, and so she felt extraordinarily guilty. She took this moment in the hallucinatory terrain to basically just kind of like, for the first time in a long time, just kind of like lay back and relax for a bit, kind of like unwind and kind of let thoughts kind of flow through her head. I don't know if anyone else.
It also ended up being the moment that Melchior took full notice of just how guilty it was that she was feeling, just how stressed she was. So this, in turn, directly led into their own little heart-to-heart shortly afterwards,
Indeed.
where Melchior confronted her in her room and told her about the fact that even if she hadn't been the only one to move, that the rest of the people that were there with her would have been very impetuous in their own right, and that they would have sparked the conflict themselves, even if, well, Nissa hadn't been the one in the driver's seat at the time. He assuaged her that they were doing everything that they could in order to handle the curse being brought upon them, and that it was thanks to her leadership and them holding together that they were going to overcome this in the end. It was also the point that Melchior finally decided that it was with their lives coming up and being put on the line here that he didn't want to leave behind any form of regrets. And he finally decided to admit his affection and love for Nissa, and the two began what would rapidly develop into a very wholesome relationship between the two of them in the future.
Indeed. That whole conversation kind of came near the end of the whole travel, where
It was
Nissa
the
had
day before we arrived in Saratha Charlin.
yeah, it was the day before. So a lot of things had happened during the travel in the Astral Sea to Saratha. The curse was starting to affect everybody very rapidly. Everybody was beginning to grow in fangs, to lose their hair and fur and feathers. Their faces grew into the snake snout of the Yuan Ti. And
Celeste.
no, yeah. Celeste actually grew a hood.
Which he had a rough time and accidentally clawed it.
Yeah, because for Celeste's case, one of his things was that he always wanted to like he always played music as a way to de-stress.
Mhm.
He couldn't do that anymore because he had suddenly grown such vicious claws from the curse.
Yeah. That was one of the weird mutations he got from it.
Yeah.
Just extremely large claws.
Yeah. And this
Do we actually have Celeste's Yuan Ti token? I don't believe we showed it off before now.
No, we haven't. Well, Bo's AFK right now anyway. We can tell her later.
True, right.
I'll send it in the Discord because I think I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not like we can show it off yet.
I know. Just so it's there.
It's fine. Either way. So yeah, I think Celeste thing was the first in the sequence of events during the travel. Nissa, obviously was hearing like Celeste struggling, and she wanted to go down and like see what the heck was up. And she found Celeste basically having something of like a mental breakdown. one of the very insidious things about this curse that was affecting everybody is that as time went on, their minds were slowly warped into that of like a Yuan Ti. A Yuan Ti specifically under, like the influence of Krenos, with the same sort of like superiority complex that someone of that type would have. And it was basically beginning to fuck with everybody's thoughts and feelings. With Celeste being unable to, play music with his laws, having a form that he didn't recognize, and these thoughts starting to invade his brain, it was like impossible for him to cope with it all. And so he, had a moment where he just basically couldn't handle it anymore and just kind of like shut down.
Yep.
And Nissa doing her best to try and be supportive, especially in the wake of, this like massive feeling of guilt that she had, felt that it was her responsibility to basically try to make it right. And in another way, also to basically give back to her friends for supporting her during her transformation. So, of course, it's only right that, she does it as well to them. But
Also,
even
I
so,
returned-
oh,
I said
good.
the snow.
I've had it. I actually showed it off at the start because I
Okay.
spoiled it.
Yeah. But she basically, using her knowledge of basic first aid, she basically patched up Celeste's hood that he had clawed like pretty deeply.
Yeah, he was just
Tried
kind
to,
of
yeah,
head in hands, kneeling on the ground, just bowled up and shut down.
yeah. But she tried her best to basically like, comfort him in the best way that she could. But I mean, that's the thing, right? She never was good at that sort of like emotional kind of she was never good at that kind of thing. She always was kind of like, yeah, putting things off, not really confronting emotional stuff. So this was completely new territory for her, and she ultimately did say some things that didn't really help all that much. But she at the very least stabilized Celeste enough so that he would be able to take care of himself for the time being.
It was a pretty sweet moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The next
Bonding.
Mhm. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Yumi.
Hi, I've been here for a little bit.
So I wanted to say one thing also, because Starlight also wasn't taking it very well because she's terrified of snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just about to get to Starlight's one.
Okay, go.
Because Starlight's was the second one in basically the sequence of events. At some point during kind of like the evening of one of the days during the travel, Starlight had snuck into the captain's quarters where Nissa slept, and had more or less ambushed Starlight, or ambushed Nissa, which was scary at first, but once Nissa like realized it was Starlight, because she had just like suddenly whipped around and like was basically about to strike with her arm blade extended, but once she realized it was Starlight, it's like, oh, what the hell did you do that for? Why are you ambushing me, right? Apparently Starlight was doing that because she didn't know how to handle basically the transformation for the snakes either, for being a snake. Because like both said, Starlight was terrified of snakes. She was actually terrified of Yuan Ti. She was terrified of Nissa actually for pretty much the entire campaign. It's just that at some point, like her, I guess, loyalty to Nissa, and her like, I guess to a certain degree, like respect for Nissa overcame the fear that she had for snakes. Except in this case, of course, she was having a hard time handling the fact that she was turning into a snake. Plus, with the mental changes, right? Suddenly she was like whiplashing constantly back and forth, pendulum swinging from, oh my god, snakes are terrifying, to, I think I'd actually be better as a snake. Um, so they had a pretty tense conversation because Starlight, again, like she basically displayed proper like despair for the first time in front of anybody. And again, Nissa didn't really know how necessarily to handle it, and she tried her best. She tried to give Starlight some worth of confidence, but the big thing here is that Starlight had lost at basically a crisis of faith with Inoka, her god, because she felt that Inoka shouldn't have let this happen to her. That Inoka should have, done something or to protect her, or should be doing something to prevent the curse from taking her over. But Inoka's been completely silent ever since this all went down. And so she didn't know if she could trust like her god anymore.
So, and
On
like,
top-
just to break in, so for everyone else, it's not as if Anoka was ignoring Starlight. She just literally isn't powerful enough with how far Starlight has gone away that she can't keep up communications.
That, and also Krenos was just a stronger deity.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, Anoka's a small deity of a backwater planet, basically. So while Starlight did have power, because she was a sort of trickster rogue, but divine trickster rogue. So she had some tricks from Anoka, but she didn't have a constant line to her not as powerful god, which didn't help things, and also ends up, I think, influencing her wish later on.
Indeed. And at some point, Nissa does basically the first time that she's ever really like done this kind of out of the blue, right? She tried to give Starlight a hug during like a very down moment of hers. So remember, Starlight's afraid of snakes. And in her like very vulnerable moment, she basically had like a fucking seizure for a moment, passed out, like fainted, and then when she came to, she was very like she acted very agitated and stone faced, like, why are you holding me? What are you doing? Right? And Nissa was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was just doing something to try and help you, like with your breakdown and stuff like that." But then Starlight suddenly closed up like a clam and just like skittered away as like fast as she could. Which again added to the guilt of that Nissa was feeling, because like she didn't know how to handle and how to like properly support everyone having these breakdowns in the wake of the curse. And so like then that leads to the scene with Nissa and Melchior the night before we reach Saratha Charlotte. Melchior had been working endlessly to try and find this, like any way to stop the curse or at least extend the time that they have, but he just hasn't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Your voice is
roboting
Yeah.
out a little bit.
What?
I thought it
You're
was just
roboting
me.
out a little
Yeah, I
bit.
was worried it was just me, but yeah, your robot's extremely or your voice is extremely robotic right now.
Oh, what the heck?
Like you're understandable, but robotic.
Still
Oh.
virulence got her the Masu.
Oh no.
Oh,
We have to put Nissa down. No, it's okay. We can keep her. Listen, just because she's turning into a plague bearer,
We can have her be Questal's summon from now on.
she can be Questal's tan.
my internet is fine.
Well,
Well,
you're
you're fine
clearing up
now.
now, but you were
Yeah.
definitely beep bopping for a little bit there.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way. Anyway, so yeah. This goes into Melchior's and Nissa's thing, where Melchior had been working tirelessly across basically this entire time trying to find a way to, make the curse go away or to at least extend the time, right? But he couldn't do it. He completely failed, like Webb said. And at some point, also seeing, and feeling basically kind of like the passive emotions and passive like actions and stuff like that of Nissa during this time, well, Melchior could see that Nissa was having troubles of her own dealing with all this. And so then leads into that very sweet like conversation between them where Nissa, I think actually for the first time ever properly expresses herself emotionally. She basically, I think this is probably like one of like Nissa's like lowest moments, to be honest. Because not only did she feel responsible for everyone's curse, she felt like she felt like a failure because she couldn't do anything about it, and she felt horrible because she couldn't properly support her friends throughout all this like they supported her. She felt like no matter what she did or what she could do, everything that she was trying to do, that she wanted to do, was out of her reach, and that she was just incapable of doing so. And that was starting to really, really affect her. And that's when Melchior came in to basically like help assuage her, her fears, her guilt a little bit. And then of course that leads into Melchior, saying like, hey, having experienced death and also being under threat currently of having my mind basically rewritten by the curse, he doesn't want any regrets should anything happen. And so that's when he professed his, adoration and love for Nissa. And I felt that it was just really quite natural for Nissa to reciprocate.
Yeah, it was very
And
nice.
and it was from that point onward when they actually pursued a more intimate relationship.
Especially since it actually gave her something that she could actually do to support one of her party members. That being that all that he wanted was to spend his last few moments where he still had his mind with her. And at the very least, that she could oblige.
Yes. And so we slept.
So you slept.
And the
And-
next day.
Indeed. Have fun telling this because I need to get going to start my own stream.
All right.
Okay, have fun.
Take care, nerds.
Take care, not being
Bye-bye.
around for the Kronos
Yep.
arc.
I'll tune back in after stream.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens.
After stream.
Sure,
Oh
you
god,
will.
yeah.
If we end up finishing this by the end of the stream, because we're already 4 hours in. And we just
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh
Yep,
God,
I gotta
we
do
might
stuff
need
at
a
6.
we might need a freaking another stream to finish everything up. God.
Ah, yes. What was supposed to be a one stream recap has turned into 4.
We are literally
Jeez.
going to stream every day up until Saturday just to recap what happened and lead you all into the actual session on Saturday. My God.
Yep.
Well, at the very least, everything will be fresh.
Yeah.
True
Yeah.
that. Anyhow, nerds, take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, so
Yeah, I gotta tip out in about an hour.
I mean that hits
Okay.
about the 5-hour mark, so we could just stop there, I guess. God dang.
The
At least
Wait,
you got the partake in this one.
Yeah.
entire fucking Krenos arc. Oh god.
we can finish that in an hour, right?
In an hour? No. Nuh-uh. Do you know how many things happened?
I mean,
For an
a
arc?
few things.
It actually is fairly fast paced,
Yeah.
It's still rather long, though.
but it will take a long time to explain the context of it all. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
because a lot of things happened which are very, very important to kind of like not only our characters and character development, but also just like kind of the story as a whole going forward. It's like this.
Mega Man, the Krenos arc is the most recent one, so you are almost through it.
Well, we kind of had a mini vacation arc after that, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
but that
this
one
is the
that was
biggest.
fairly quick.
Yeah, this is the biggest milestone. But after this, it'll like like after this is done, it'll barely even be a full stream of recap. I feel.
Yeah, we're still mid arc for the vacation and the unleashing of the big bad of the campaign.
No, I'd say that's probably still like a mini arc though, because like this, like here on Ziaris, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it's a completely new arc there. Not to so. I guess we should just get started. So the first thing we do is I think we get hailed by one of the Emperor's ships.
Correct.
Yes,
Yep.
we get escorted in to the spire.
It's very tense, and Questel is really confused, especially because like a big thing of the Emperor. Questel is still a loyal citizen of the Rihis Empire because she grew up in it, so that's her home. But her new party is very against them, so she gets very conflicted because she doesn't think there's anything like too crazy wrong with Renelios himself, but she also knows that the party has valid grudges.
You're being a bit blasé about everything here. I want to point out that as we were approaching Sarath Charlotte, right? We did see that there was a Rihis ship. It approached us and it hailed us. We were thinking that it was time for a fight or something because obviously Krenos being Renelios' father and stuff like that. All that stuff. But it turns out they just wanted to basically talk to us. And we were like, okay, let's play ball for a bit then. Let's, be ready to fight if need be, but let's play ball. And it turns out the captain of that spelljammer, of that Rihis ship, came on board our ship, plopped down what effectively amounted to like an illusory hologram disc, and before us was a massive projection of Emperor Renelios himself, looming over the whole party. If you could pull up Renelios's art. But so we have the very imposing figure of the Emperor himself looking at us, looking through us, basically through this projection. The 7 heads of Renelios all bearing down, looking at us. Now the Rihis captain, his soldiers, and even Questal, because again, Questal is a loyal citizen to the Empire, all immediately kneeled, right? And Questal was immediately like, holy shit, that's the actual Emperor just speaking to us. Like, holy shit, right? The rest of us stood there defiant. And Renelios actually ended up saying, I would expect nothing less of you guys. And basically sort of like, grinned at it. And we thought that, we were about to get like a villain monologue, but long story short, Renelios actually wanted our help to kill his father.
Turns out, just because he's the emperor of a culture of racism doesn't mean he actually agrees with Krenos.
Yeah.
On top of that, the scale plague, which Kronos had unleashed, was ravaging his city. Like, it was in flames.
It was an apocalyptic event for the city. The head of the empire. So yeah, you can imagine that, Renelios had, again, imagine it this way. His dad comes in and says, oh, I'm going to come and help make the empire far better. No need to thank me. And Renelios looks out, and people are turning into, like, the loyal snake creatures to Krenos and just killing all the Warmbloods, who, again, are still important, even though there's like that culture of racism. They're extremely important to the city and its citizens. And
they were just killing the Warmbloods either. They were killing everyone.
Everyone
like
who went
they
against
went,
them, right?
They went just absolutely mad. And they were butchering anyone and everyone that got close.
Krenos. Yeah.
There you go.
Cronauts.
Cro-Magnon.
But regardless, yeah. So that's causing a problem and basically ruining his empire. So he's like, yeah, no, this is stupid. But unfortunately, his dear old dad, knowing that he's very hated, and even though he's a god, went into hiding. So no one knows where he is. But we'll get to that.
Well, we do actually. But yes, we'll get to that. And so we were basically directed to dock at the Royal Spire itself, because as it turns out, the Royal Spire has a lot of like various docks that are meant to be only used for, royals and military stuff and very high ranking in the empire and stuff like that. But we were just able to dock there. And as soon as we did, Emperor Renelius himself was already waiting for us.
Well,
Wait,
it was
was
also
he?
the only safe place to dock because the regular docks were currently overrun.
Yeah.
There were these things that we saw flying around whenever we pulled in called bone serpents, which are essentially giant fuck off skeletal leviathan snakes that are just absolutely destroying anything and everything in the air.
And
Like even the Rahis military was having to fight these things off just to dock at the spire.
Yep.
Yeah,
it was the
it
it was
was,
the thing. Did he meet us there though? I swear that we were actually taken to like his meeting room.
I'm
We were
pretty
taken
sure.
to
We
his
were-
meeting.
Yeah, we were
We
taken
were
to the
taken
meeting,
to the meeting
room.
room.
Really? I thought he was there. I remember.
No,
It
he
was,
wasn't there.
There's like a
I-
was
general or
not-
something.
Yeah, it was not Renilius himself. It was one of his admirals that met us there.
I remember because specifically Starlight, we were trying to be respectful, and this is a really tense situation. So even though Brady doesn't like the
yeah.
Emperor, we want to be as respectful as possible because we can't fight a god without at least some help, even with that new sword. Starlight wanted to try and take things, I think, from the palace as we went. We tried to hold her back, and then she
Yeah.
wanted to. She basically tried to. She had one of her portable holes on the ship, and she wanted to open up one hidden in her backpack as we went to meet the Emperor to basically allow other people to eavesdrop, I think, or slide things through. She tries to steal things a lot.
Yeah.
And we
She tried to rob like everything that wasn't nailed down as we're walking by, and it was so annoying because we had to tell her, stop it. We're trying to be respectful. We don't like the Emperor at this point. We don't like the Empire, but you gotta stop. We need, this is a highly tense situation. We can't make an enemy out of Renelius right now.
which she did
Even
after
if we did intend to snub him at the end, we didn't want to make an enemy while we were in the middle of the palace.
It was
Yeah.
specifically a balance of respect and also showing that they aren't subservient. A balance to make sure he doesn't turn into an enemy. And so we basically had to argue with her until she begrudgingly agreed to not do it.
Yeah.
I
And
believe
even then, when we reached the meeting room, she still made an ass of herself.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll get to that.
The most disappointing, we'll get to that counter.
Yeah. No kidding. And so we get to the meeting room. Okay, and at which point, then, yes, we do see Renelius sitting there at the very end in that massive throne at the end of the table. Inside the meeting room are a number of other people as well.
So, also a quick interesting thing actually about the meeting room that'll come up later. It's in a different dimension. It's a pocket dimension.
Indeed.
So a lot of rooms in the palace are just not in the same plane.
Yes. As it turns out, Renelius really likes his portals to pocket dimensions. He has like pretty much every single major room be like its own pocket dimension. That includes the meeting room in this case. And we can actually see various like floating islands from other like quote unquote rooms off in the distance, but some of them are also kind of like their own thing, and it's a whole thing. But either way, we're kind of like in this like kind of ethereal green void, but there's this massive like gorgeous garden and the meeting table. And so Renelius is sitting there waiting for us. But the other people there, we actually see close to Renelius on our left is Larius. Larius, obviously the royal court wizard, sitting there with her, with his kind of new pupil, Amber. Amber's also sitting there next to Larius. So that was a thing. Aside from that, however, we see someone that we don't actually expect at this point, which is Captain Olkai, Oasis's boyfriend. And we're like, and obviously the situation is very tense. We're trying to, figure out things, and we're trying to still be, like have that balance and stuff like that. So we all take our leave. Not, Jesus, that's the wrong word.
You just skipped over a lot there, man. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
look, negotiations are over. Fuck you. We're gone.
Yeah, negotiations are over. Moving on. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. We take our seat. That's what I meant to say. We take our seat. We take our seat. And basically, Nissa and Melchior sit like kind of closer to the Emperor on the opposite side of Larius. Celeste, I think Sasha was there as well. Actually, was Lukos there as well? I don't know. I think only
I don't think
Sasha,
it,
right?
I think it was just Satu. Also, keep in mind that the party was mostly snake. Again, mostly snakes by this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Celeste was a snake. Starlight was a snake.
Melchior was a snake.
In fact, it was how Melchior got his token right here,
Yeah.
which still hasn't been cleaned up. We completely forgot to beat Yumi over the head for that.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
we need to
yeah.
beat you. Yeah, we should definitely beat you over the head with it later because you need it fixed. But continue.
Okay, so we take our seat. Things are very tense. We kind of like, exchange glances for a bit. And then the Emperor begins like speaking. And basically, he tells us kind of about the events that transpired ever since the events on Svara, the One-Day War. Krenos came back a couple days later and immediately began like trying to more or less take control of everything out from under Renelius. And Renelius was obviously like, hey, hold on, don't do that. I'm the Emperor here. Just because you're a god doesn't mean that you could usurp my spot as the Emperor. And like Krenos, more or less, was just kind of like, hey, that's kind of mean. How dare you talk back to me? But either way, like
That's kind of mean. I
so
can just imagine the god of death whining like a bitch. How dare you hurt my feelings?
it's kind of mean. Oh god, can you imagine it in actually like Yumi's Krenos voice too?
We should ask her to do that.
Oh god. Anyway. So the information gets actually told about the pillars to Cornelius and like some of the other admirals. And we actually find out more about what Krenos' actual like intentions and stuff were. It turns out Krenos had been basically planning pretty much everything from the start. It turns out that the white illithid that went rogue and basically held the meeting for the pillar and everything, that was Krenos' like doing in like, like a manipulative way. Everything that happened up until this point was a manipulation from a long-term subtle plan that Krenos had put in motion ever since he was the emperor before he ascended to a god. He had a cult following, a literal cult following, who was basically, doing everything that he wanted, and more or less, Krenos was basically just a complete power-hungry bastard that said even fuck you to Renelius in the end. And Renelius didn't like that. And so Renelius decided, you know what? Fuck you. I don't know what you're trying to do here, what you're trying to prove. but I don't subscribe to your plan, to your vying for power. I'm defying you. And so Krenos, like, kind of went off on his own and hid away like a little bitch because he didn't want to confront his son. And
it wasn't that. It was that he still wasn't actually fully like reborn yet. So he needed to do what he was doing with Oasis in order to properly bring himself back.
Right.
Larval death god phase.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more or less.
Yeah. So as it turns out, the reason that Okai is here is because Oasis is a sorcerer. And they only found that out very shortly after or I suppose a little bit after we had left to go to Svara. So Oasis was a burgeoning sorcerer, and as it turns out, the moving paintings was because he was basically accidentally infusing sorcerer's magic into the paintings. So that's why they were looking at us back then and like moving very subtly. Of course, that being said, because he's a burgeoning sorcerer of relatively high standing, being basically the head of an enterprise, as well as being, Mashita and everything like that, Krenos decided, hey, you are a good vessel for me to inhabit. I'm going to feed off of your soul, feed off of your power to become stronger and be fully reborn. And that fucking sucks. Not only that, but also Krenos was quite literally invincible because one of the things that he had his cult do back in the olden days was set up these magical totems in various locations around Sarath Sharlan. These totems had been activated with Krenos' return to basically give him a remote shield that would prevent us from being able to get to him. And we had to basically run around the whole city, investigating spots of interest with high influxes of magic that basically Renilios and his men had pinpointed, and use the Godslayer's sword to destroy the magic and to disable the totems.
And
No
note that we had to do this on a timetable because we had, I think, 3 days left until the
Yeah.
whole transformation for the party was irreversible.
Well, yeah, it wasn't that the transformation was done at that point. That was the point where changes would begin to start being permanent ones. Not all of them, mind you, but some traits would be irreversible at that point.
Yeah, I think at that point we still had like 4 days, 5 days, maybe at the max, before it was like the mental changes and stuff like that had also become permanent. But yeah, we had like 3 days before some of the physical changes would start to basically cement themselves into, well, basically their soul. So yeah, that's fun. And I just want to say as well, during this whole time, Starlight was making little quips and being a rebellious little shit.
That's a bit of an understatement.
Mm.
So
You actually broke the Emperor's table out of frustration there.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it literally got to the point where Questal and Satu had to start trying to wrestle Starlight out of the room, where things got a bit awkward because obviously she didn't like that.
Yeah. It was pretty awkward. Every single one of us was trying to stop Starlight. Literally every single one of us was lecturing at Starlight and telling her to shut up, and she just wouldn't fucking shut up. And so at some point, with her like fucking defiance and shit,
We had to literally throw her out of the room.
we literally had to throw her out of the room, with Questal and Satu literally dragging her out.
Yeah, 2 babysit her on the way back to the ship. It was
Yeah.
that bad.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
Actually-
go on.
The player actually like pouted as a result as well
Yeah,
after
the
that,
player left the call for a bit.
like half an hour or so.
For the rest of the night, basically, because we wrapped it up shortly after that.
Yeah, true.
Well, in any event, it was as like all that was being said and all that was being planned out, right? We were basically given that map that showed where the general locations of all of the locations for these totems would be. Apparently, one was like definitely inside one of his spire like portal rooms, and the others, there were 3 others that we needed to find that were scattered around, but there were 7 possible locations where they could be.
And there are 3 others? I thought we only had 3 total. Yeah, trying to remember.
See, that's what I thought as well, but I kept getting like
There was like 3 totems in like 5 locations. I
Yeah,
think.
there were.
Oh,
there
yeah,
were
yeah,
3
I
totems,
remember.
5
I
locations.
remember now. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, there's 4. So we knew the spire and then 3 other totems. I remember. Wait, hang on. No,
we have this, don't we?
We might.
Hold on.
I think because I remember looking at. I'll post in the chat. Yeah, just-
Oh, the handout was deleted. What the hell?
No,
Wait,
to
no.
be
surely
fair,
not.
our journal was quite cluttered at this point.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Da, 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 da.
Like, I swear to God, there were 7 locations.
There might have been 7 locations, but we. Oh yeah, there
there
was
were
7.
7 locations,
But we
only
found
them
3.
all.
Only 3 totems.
Yeah, we ended up not going to a couple.
Yeah, we actually the Emperor offered us a investigation team to knock out a couple of the locations for us, and we
Yeah.
chose like the slums was one, and I believe it
dig.
was, yeah, the dig,
Yeah.
which is where one actually ended up being.
Yeah, so one of the
Yeah.
teams confirmed the dig, and then we found one on our own, and then we had the one in the spire.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
there was
Celeste-
one in the arcane lab. There was one in the royal library, and then there was one in the dig.
No, there wasn't one in the lab.
There wasn't
It
one
was
in the lab.
in the sun. The final one was
Yeah,
up
the
in
lab
sun.
didn't have. We went.
Yeah, the
into
fourth
the
was
lab.
in the sun. We found one somewhere on the northern side.
No, we didn't.
See,
there was none.
that's what I thought.
So we went to the labs, and what we found was the stuff that Larius used to turn people into snakes. Which
Oh, yeah,
took
okay,
samples
okay.
of.
We found
We'll
that.
get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But like, okay, so I remember one of the locations was kind of to the west of the Artist Guild, down there in those houses. Then we wrapped around to the Erasmus Arcane Labs. Then we went down to the Astral Mall shipyard.
So in the north, you're thinking that it was a possible location, but there wasn't
Yeah.
anything there.
There wasn't in the first group. We actually interrogated a couple of the locals about that, but they said that they hadn't found anything like that there.
Yeah.
Which is when we wrapped around the northern side to go to the labs. I thought that we found one there in the lab, but maybe my memory's mistaken.
No,
Because you have to
I know that we
remember,
didn't find.
every single one of them was preceded by a boss fight, and there wasn't any incredibly interesting boss in the labs. It was just a normal
Yeah.
mob encounter.
True. There
Yeah.
definitely was one in the Royal Library and in the dig.
Yeah.
And
I
then we
think
went
those were
through
just-
the spire.
Just
to
also
Yeah.
one
the
in-
sun.
So
Fire.
what's
Yeah,
just 3 total?
we-
God, what
Just
the
3.
fuck?
Yeah, I remember
Oh,
it
there's
was
3 in
3.
the city.
Yeah, I remember there was 3 because we found the first 2 and we couldn't figure out where the second one was. But we tried like a location spell and it spat out like could not find it, which
Yeah.
meant by the rules of that spell, oh, it's in a pocket dimension because it clearly said it will not find things in pocket dimensions. I'm like, okay, it's in the spire.
Except what ended up not being, so I don't know how.
Yeah, it was just you know
Shrug.
what? You know what? We waved it off. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
We
it.
figured out it was in the spire due to
Well, were we told
Pocket
directly
dimensions.
that there was one in the spire?
Yes, he outright knew there was one there.
Yeah,
he
it's just that
told
there
us
were a
directly,
lot of
we didn't use
places.
that spell for it. Is the other we were trying to find. So, but regardless, so let's the negotiations. We'll get
You know
to that
what?
stuff later.
You know what? I'm punishing you, Bo.
Why?
It's a small.
I mean, that's fair.
Ha! Runt.
Rude.
Anyway. um.
I do know one important thing that got brought up is that they actually managed to. They were doing research on how to reverse the scale plague, and they came up with one sort of cure. It would
Yes.
stop the effects on, I believe, your soul and mind, but at the cost of cementing the physical changes.
Mhm.
Correct.
Which is what Melchior took right then and there on the spot. He
Yeah,
essentially
Yes.
asked anybody else if they wanted to keep it just in case, and when they said no, he was like, "All right, done."
Which shocked everyone because people thought he would be a lot more hesitant about it.
It shocked nobody, really.
Which
Well-
I know it shocked the people who didn't know Melchior.
Which was you. Which it shocked you.
And
Nobody.
and the NPCs, okay? That's what I mean by everyone.
I
'Cause
think
that-
I, out of character, was shocked, but in character, it made sense.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, okay, actually, I think it was, if I remember correctly, I actually like had more or less like, well, quote unquote, called it to myself. I was thinking that Melchior would want to do it, but I wasn't sure if he would or not. But yeah, that's just like a personal mental thing, I guess.
He actually gave up a full third of his lifespan just to do that too.
Yeah. Although, don't worry, he'll fix that.
We'll get to that.
And then I
Okay.
think after this, we started talking about the assistance we get, the help. I do know that Melchior told the Emperor, "I want to milk you."
That's correct. Yes.
This is where that came from.
We started to talk about the Emperor's history and the abilities that the Emperor had to put him above the other Yuan-Ti. One of which was that his venom bypassed any and all resistances and immunities, including Krenos's. So Melchior produced a jar. He set it on the table in front of him, and he said, "In that case, we're going to have to milk you for our safety."
Because the one of Nissa's mutations on her gun allows her to stick her fang into like a canister on the gun to fill it with venom and basically change her shots to poison shots. Melchior wanted to get a couple jars of Vernelius's venom so that I could effectively have a superpowered or supercharged venom shot.
Which is the only time you ever fucking used it.
That's a lie. I've used it a couple times.
We're never until you start using it more often. We're never gonna let it go.
Yeah, I'm going to.
But this is also the point in time where we learned about another very important figure, albeit one that was long dead at this point. A woman named Selin.
Let me explain that.
Mhm. I intended to. I just wanted to introduce it.
Yeah, okay. So yes, this is kind of an important thing. So it was kind of at around this time when everything started to wrap up. We had a plan. Vernelius had offered up, his own various forms of assistance. Larius had procured the thing that would basically stop the curse of affecting Melchior, which Melchior took. Everyone then had at that point started to file out. But Vernelius actually asked Nissa to stay behind, which immediately made everyone super suspicious. But
Especially Melchior. He outright tried to turn invisible and go back in, but it didn't work out.
Nissa said, "You know what? I'll be fine. But I still want Kafka as a safety precaution, so to speak." So Kafka, sat on her shoulder, and Vernelius allowed that. Everyone else must leave, though. Our party, even his guards and everything, needed to leave for whatever Vernelius was going to say to Nissa. And he basically began to confide in her some much more vulnerable things, vulnerable information, and a vulnerable past with, um, well, his family. So it turns out the kind of flippant comment that Krenos made to basically offer up the position of like queen or empress to Nissa back when time froze on Svara, that was basically just kind of like a ploy or like a play to try and effectively replace his deceased wife, the previous empress of the Rehis. Selen, as she's called. As it turns out, Nissa looks almost exactly like Selen physically. Those emerald green scales, the yellow eyes, those kinds of like the ridges alongside the head and the neck and back and stuff. But also her attitude and her demeanor and how she carried herself and all that stuff was also very similar to how Selen did. And basically then Renelius explains how Selen was like an admirable figure to Renelius and actually was a figure of like good and positive change. It turns out that Selen was also turned into a Yuan Ti, just like how Nissa was. Except, I guess in Selen's case, it wasn't against her will. She did that, like, by herself. She turned into a Yuan Ti to basically be the empress of the Rehis with Renelius. And hearing that, I mean, that was a crazy revelation that effectively the long dead empress, Renelius's, wife, significant other, was so similar to Nissa. And Nissa didn't really have much to say because, like, that's a pretty heavy load to drop on someone like that. So she just kind of like, accepted it, and I think even she even like thanked him for being like, sort of like willing to be vulnerable like that. And I suppose the big thing is that she thanked him for the information. I'll say that,
Thanks,
thanked
but you're still weird. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, pretty much. That's effectively what it amounted to at the end. But however, the big thing is that it provided context for how he acted because Selen was assassinated by supposedly some warm blood friends after she had become empress. Selen, being previously a warm blood and then turned into a Yuan Ti, was a huge proponent for overturning the culture of like Yuan Ti racism and supremacy that Krenos had instilled when he was emperor. Selen, with Renelius, was going to change the status quo. But then Selen was assassinated. And then with Selen's assassination, Renelius fell into the same sort of anti-warm blood rhetoric that his father had kind of propelled. And thus, he used basically the souls of the people had assassinated Selen, consumed their souls, and then turned himself into the seven-headed creature that we see now. And then that started his more ruthless reign, as it were. But back then, he and Selen actually cared about everyone else. And in Nissa's mind, she Well, obviously, one of the main reasons that she, antagonized Renelius and the Rahis so much is because of what, they had done to the Warmbloods, to people just like her. Um, this opened her eyes a little bit and, gave her perspective, but she still saw Renelius as a villain because in her eyes, by turning into this like monster that he is now and readopting the kind of like culture of supremacy and racism and oppression of warm bloods, Renelius had effectively defiled his wife's memory, the things that she stood for. He had effectively betrayed his wife, and for that reason, she still saw him as a villain. So she left, and she came out fine. She just came out very thoughtful more than anything. She didn't say anything about what happened or what they spoke about to anyone. She actually kept that like to herself. Because, I mean, to a certain degree, it wasn't pertinent to the mission at hand at all. It wasn't important at all. It wasn't important
Wasn't
information.
important yet.
Well, yeah, obviously, but there was no reason that it mattered. It was just like it added context for her specifically, which gave her something to think about, but it wasn't important. So she never told anyone until later, anyway.
And this is also a conversation that was done DM on player, so none of us actually knew what went on until now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think after that, I think we got right to it. Honestly, we started.
Yeah, we
in the
did.
north.
We actually jumped off of the spire and used
Oh.
like a feather fall in order to glide over to the first location, which was in the
Yep.
upper north.
No, I don't think we jumped off the spire, but we did jump off our ship. We jump off heights at least twice. It's kind of no, 3 times actually. 3 times total. We jump off a high thing using Melchior's feather fall. So we land about here. Let me zoom in the map.
That's actually a good enough place, but we landed, right there on the left of the Artist Guild, down that mountainside.
Yep. Landed about there. We ended up. So we're doing. Yeah, we're looking around trying to find the totems that we need to destroy. And again, as we're fighting, we have quite a few encounters. We have our first encounter with those big bone snakes that are in the sky, and find that they're really annoying. Because when they think they're about to die, they will just self-destruct and try to get everyone in a freaking massive AoE.
They don't self-destruct. What they do is they bite their tail like an Ouroboros, and then they start spinning around and firing out laser beams like they're fucking lavos.
Well, doesn't one of their attacks do self-damage, which is what they
One of
usually
them
do?
does.
Yeah.
And then the enhanced ones later on down the line suffer no damage.
Oh yeah, we were pissed when we learned about that one. But so we do some fighting, we save some locals here, and we actually kind of guide. They're really so. Keep in mind, all the Warmbloods are terrified of Yuan Ti by now because they were oppressed before, but now some of the Yuan Ti in the city have actively turned to Krenos' side, so they don't know who's friendly and who isn't, especially with the scale plague. So they were taking a nervous risk because pretty much everyone in the party was at least Yuan Ti adjacent by this point. So, but we managed to convince them that we were, here to help, and we actually guided them to Stag's Magic Pawn Shop, which is a little bit to the right there. So we guide them there, carefully moving through the city and keeping an eye out. And we have to move through hexes, and every hex we still have to do the roll. We're having to scour the city, and we definitely have quite a few encounters.
We have a lot of goddamn encounters.
We stopped by Stag's Magic Pawn. I think we did have to tell Renelius. He's like, listen, I'll give you the assistance you need, but you need to tell me what items you'll need, and we'll pay for it. This is where Starlight gets the Soul Trap spell and a container for it. specifically a soul type symbol that's upcasted to level 9. Because quick thing is that Starlight made a deal with an Archfey. I can't remember which one.
The same one that we took the fruit from.
Right.
Yeah, the Owlin one.
Yeah. So made a deal. Starlight would get. She's also the one who gave Ashlyn her tattoos. And so Starlight.
twist.
Yep. Starlight would give her Kranos' soul, which you would drain for power once we won, and in return, she would give Starlight tattoos to match Ashlyn. I don't know if she made any edits to Ashlyn's above that before that. She went to fix Ashlyn's tattoos because they got damaged after the forge. And basically, this was to give Starlight a happy ending where they would both become phoenixes together one day. So this was to guarantee Starlight's happy ending, which is, very sweet. Otherwise, did anyone else get anything? I think we stopped here for some supplies. We tried to get healing supplies because we were going to need them desperately.
Yeah.
It wasn't here that we got anything. It was further to the southeast after the
I know
labs.
the end of days. We'll get to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that was later. Oh my god.
We can't.
No.
Nice.
Okay, we can't say it anymore. We can't say.
We can't say it anymore.
We can't say it anymore. So after that, we continue on, and we actually want to get into the Erastus Arcane Labs because we hear there's a chance of the totem there. So we go through a route that the rest of the crew actually used to drag Nissa out of there after her transformation. So it's a bit of a memory lane for Nissa herself.
Yeah.
Let's see. We just the negotiations probably, Raz. So we go in. There are some scale plague forces inside, I believe. So we fight them off, and there we find 2 tanks, with one of them containing an interesting legendary nectar that supposedly is like divine stuff. I can't remember.
Ophidian nectar.
Ophidian nectar. It for Yuan Ti, it heals you, but also it's incredibly addictive. So it's incredibly dangerous when not.
And the other one was full of Elmer's glue.
Yeah, something like that. And when the two mixed together, it created a substance that, again, you can't just use this to turn people because it's a whole process. Flesh crafting isn't just alchemy; it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But
So I mean, I can expound on that a little bit.
Yeah,
Since I
go on, go
remember.
on.
So okay. When we got to the Erastus Arcane Labs, we went to Nissa's basically like room where she was transformed. Those 2 tanks were basically the they housed the liquids that pumped into her back. Something that actually like literally never comes up is the fact that Nissa still has like basically metallic ports in her like back. It's just she keeps them covered because obviously those ports basically are where those tubes pumped into her body, which then caused a transformation. We found out that the Ophidian nectar, which is one of the tanks, is basically a divine adjacent like liquid of sorts, or like a syrup that no, those ports are not removed. Those ports are still there. Yeah. Anyway, so Ophidian nectar apparently like very rapidly turns anyone who consumes it into a Yuan Ti. The problem is, because of how rapid and violent that transformation is, the person who imbibes it typically like never dies. Sorry, never survives. Jesus, they always die because the transformation is so quick and so painful, and it just kind of like destroys them. But that's where the other material comes in. The other material acted something like a catalyst to dilute and basically slow down the changes, and also keep the person stable in terms of like their body changing, and it heals them so that they can turn into a Yuan Ti. Mixed together, it allows basically a very smooth, so to speak, transformation for the victim, as was in Nissa's case.
This is also where we found some of Larius's notes, which is how we found out why Nissa looked so much like the previous Empress. And it was because Larius had been using the previous Empress, some of her remains, as a template for the transformation, and he hoped to essentially recreate her. And the reason that he considered her to be his perfect result was because she came out looking so flawless compared to Selen.
Yeah. Nissa was in some degree basically like his perfect creation because of the fact that, well, Nissa in some capacity was effectively a complete reconstruction of Selen. Not just the body, but also to a certain degree, even in attitude and behavior and ideals and strength. It just worked out really, really well for him. But yeah, that
We
was
also we raided the labs themselves for supplies while we were here
Yeah.
too.
yeah.
I think we found drill bullets. And I
We did.
used a card to... So we got one, and then I used a luck card to double that. So that was very fun. I don't know if we
It's
use, I
true.
don't know if we still have any.
We still have the doubled one.
Yeah. That came... The bullets came in handy later. But regardless, Melchior also comes back here later to continue to rob Larius, but that's not important.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
that's not really.
I go to his house to rob him.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
his house. Oh, I thought it was the last
He goes
one.
to his house.
Thinking
That's
switch.
a little bit later down the line,
Yeah,
though.
about
And
the
even then, it's,
recreation of Selen, which again is kind of messed up, especially for the Emperor to see someone so like his wife and just miss her more. Kind of rough.
yeah.
But regardless, thank you for the search and hydrate, Avery. So we continue to check out the rest of the labs. We find one of the British special forces, and we're like, "Hey, did you find anything?" They're like, "No." Did you? And we're like, "No." So we have to continue on. Yep. It's very unfortunate. And we continue on south and south. I think around here did we encounter the shadow? Or
No, he was at the docks. It was
Yes, I
here that
think.
we encountered the apocalyptic shop
end of
and
Yeah.
the Yinglet Enclave tunnels.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah,
Yeah.
we went to the Yingling Enclave first. It was somewhere around like the cliffside.
Mhm.
Yeah, you were looking at the formation it was in. It was like tucked in the layers of rocks.
And I believe we went in to talk to the Yinglets, and I think Starlight mimicked Celeste's Yinglet voice to basically say, cry out for help. We had the Yinglets come in because we were trying to get through, but it was like booby trapped, and there was like a light puzzle on one end. So they came in, blew out the candle that was supporting it for the trap. We talked to them to learn information. Celeste was like, "Hey, so I'm not Yinglet anymore. Crazy, huh?"
Yeah. They were baffled.
Yeah, but oh my god, no wonder I'm not talking as much. My mic's a lot less sensitive. Regardless, what did we learn?
Oh my god, this whole time?
Sudden volume increase.
Yeah, this whole time?
Oh yeah, it was. Turns out it was on the lowest setting on accident
Oh jeez.
For 4 hours!
for 4
And
hours.
40 minutes!
Hi, I can talk loud now. Don't worry about it. Listen, I didn't know. No one told me I was quieter than usual.
Didn't really notice. You were perfectly audible. We figured you'd just set it down that low for the stream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it was unintentional. I was wondering why my PNGs weren't reacting to me talking as much. Anyway, what did we learn from the Yingling Enclave? Because I can't recall.
Not a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think we learned. I think we learned about the cave. Go on.
What we did learn was that there were a bunch of tunnel systems underneath Saratha, and they guided us through over towards the Rattleback Stadium.
Yes, there was
Right.
exactly one tunnel that actually proved to be useful.
Yes.
The other one that led into that was supposed to lead into the library ended up being collapsed, so we couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, because we don't have a way to dig.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at this point, I was still too low level to use stone shape, so I was a sad panda.
Oh, shush, Avery. But yeah, so we talk to the Yinglets, we learn that, and then we make our way.
To the alchemy store.
Yep, where we find the End of Days, which sells odd potions, very odd potions that work the way that they intended initially, but also had side effects, as we learned later on. Honestly, we didn't use them until the final fight because we were getting desperate, and these are because the potions were so suspicious. They were absolutely our last resorts because no one wanted to try them. Because everyone knows Yumi. We asked what they did, and she just did the whole thing she does, where she's like, "Oh, I suppose you'll see."
You're
It's
gonna have
true.
to find out.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, well, now I don't want to touch it.
Yeah. It actually ended up being kind of funny because they almost never gave you something negative, like a negative side effect.
I mean,
They
they
pretty much
they
always gave
did.
you positive.
Yeah.
If we had known the After Effects later on, we would have used them a lot more frequently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So
it was well worth it.
yeah, Quetzal was the only one who got a negative side effect, I think.
And even then, it was fairly minor, wasn't it?
Yeah, and like it was easily weighted out. It like gave it like lowered her will saves for like a minute, which we did waited out because it was right before the Kronos boss fight. It was like the potion of necrotic resistance, but here we got some potions of haste, which a bit of context. Haste potions are basically like drugs here, so they're very rarely used. And I think with how they work, I think with how normal haste potions work, whatever, you can't sleep for 24 hours after using one.
No, that's actually the super haste that does.
Oh, the super haste that I know because I know that Starlight used one, and that was the whole thing.
Yeah, that was the cafes that were a zips item.
Oh, right. All right. So a big thing here is that we got the potions. We got one of like giant strength, which we gave to Starlight to make the weapon just hit hard later. And here, turns out they were wearing a hood the whole time to try and hide their features. They were trying to be as mysterious as possible. But Celeste has devil's sight.
Yep.
So Celeste could see right under the hood, and the moment the figure figured that out, they closed up shop and left, which I think Celeste felt a little guilty about.
Yeah. He did.
Yeah, because they like were like, I don't know what the emotion was, but they weren't happy, and like quickly, nervously shut up shop. But I'm kind of interested to see when we get them. But unfortunately, I don't know when they'll pop up. Probably somewhere weird, so we'll see.
They'll probably invest in a mask by then.
Probably to have a mask underneath the hood so that people with Devastate can see. But we go through the Ashton Mall Market, and then we get closer to the docks. Do we meet the Shadow first, or do we just go to the docks? Because I know we go there and talk to them.
We went here specifically to meet the Shadow. The Shadow previously had been our contact at the shipyard in order to send the evacuation ships over to Etria. But now that they were here, Ericus wanted us to contact them in order to potentially access the information network that she had been getting set up exclusively so that she could put a dagger in Larius's kidneys.
True. Also, I mean, I'm pretty sure one of the potential locations was in the shipyard.
It was, yes.
Yeah. We checked. Starling tried to steal a whole Spelljammer engine.
Yeah,
and
she
I
tried to
believe-
steal a helm. It didn't
Yeah.
work.
I believe Milcare also talked about possibly getting work for making the Magnum.
Correct. He actually negotiated with Renilios later on down the line in order to get the last bit of material that he needed to finish the Magnum. But it was here that he started gathering together engineers and
workforce.
such to help
Yeah.
get the last segments building.
Right. So we talked to the Shadow, did that. We did be able to get a short rest with the Shadow, which was very nice because as we're going through here, we occasionally had encounters.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then we headed up the little hill over there towards Snake Eyes Inn.
Right, yeah, we went up the hill, we had an encounter here, or right before it. Then we went into the inn and we spent a long rest there because again, we're not really talking, but the encounters, we were having them pretty frequently and they were running us ragged.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because we were trying to be very sparse with the long rests, but we needed it at this moment. We were running low on spell slots, running low on healing, getting really damaged. So we took a night here. Questal actually got to sing for the first time, where we realized that I didn't. After the session, I was talking to Yumi, and we were talking. She's like, "Yeah, it's kind of crazy that I don't have a proficiency in performance." And she's like, "Well, I mean, yeah, that usually comes from your background." And then she stopped and realized I never gave Questal a proper background by this point, and
Oh
she
my
freaked
God.
out.
Yeah, she was just missing in entire proficiencies and features.
Yeah, which is where Questal actually gained Draconic, which will come important later.
Yeah.
Let's see.
This
Let me
is
look-
also where we decided that Melchior and Nissa have a Mortician Gomez Adams style relationship.
God.
Was it late? Was it directly after this, or was it after the library?
It was in
that-
the inn.
Shit,
No,
yeah.
That was where you made the first quip about the chainsaw and sledgehammer noises, and still coming out covered in like kiss marks.
Right. But was it before the library or after the library that we met Saskia?
Sus.
It was after.
Yeah,
Actually, no,
definitely
that was whenever we were down in the Astral Mall Market.
Oh
No,
yeah,
that was
We encountered them like at the docks. It was our arrival at the docks where she greeted us.
yeah, because we never went to the
Was it?
slums.
It
So-
was, yes. That was
I thought it was after
before-
the inn, like
we
right
needed
outside
the,
the inn.
We needed the short rest from the
the
from
Saskia
shadow
encounter.
because we got fucked up so badly.
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah, we
God.
get to talk about the Saskia encounter. Because yeah, I remember now. Because it doesn't have to after this, so it have to happen then. So, who
Hold on,
wants
hold
to
on,
talk?
hold on, hold on.
Yeah, go on.
Hold
go
on,
on.
hold on. It's 6:00. Mika.
Oh yeah.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Do you? Are you fine
I
with
gotta
us
get
just
out.
talking about it without you?
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I think now's a good time to call it. I think
I suppose that's fair. We
a
still have.
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
So yeah, Saskia shows
Saskia
up.
appears.
Also,
Next time-
let's see.
Next time we open up the jumbo fish stick.
Oh God,
Oh,
that's one way to put it. All right, so this is going to be a 20-hour recap. Turns out Araya's Raya was accurate, and turns out how long it would take. Who knew? I didn't realize she'd be so
Really?
accurate.
wow! It's almost like I've done the recap of the entire campaign before.
I just thought we could be
Yes.
faster, but turns out it's just because you remember a lot more details than I do. A lot of things slip my mind.
I certainly didn't anticipate this taking 4 days for us to get through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me either. So this has been a whole thing. But yeah. So,
It's been a very enjoyable 4 days. I
oh,
gotta admit.
absolutely.
I wasn't-
It's been
I
really
wasn't
fun.
anticipating enjoying this as much as I was.
It's also nice because it. I think it also helps show everyone the energy we have in general, which is also enjoyable. So it
True.
prepares them
It
for
lets
the
them get an
nonsense.
idea of what kind of gremlins we are.
Specifically, the relentless bullying of Nissa.
The fuck?
And we get to end with a counter at 69, so you know.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yep.
I should say it.
No, you should.
No, no.
All right.
Do not.
All right. We'll just end it here. You'll see what happens next time on Onyx Ball Z or whatever we'll call it. Pillar Ball Z. Yeah, Pillar Ball Z. Yep. See you tomorrow because we're gonna need it because session's the day after. So bye everyone.
Yeah,
Fuck.
we're not even
Bye.
we're not even like a quarter of the way through the Krenos arc yet. That's
To be fair, I'm hoping we can get Yumi for some of the big boss fights. Because I feel like
True.
she'd want to be there.
Yeah.
Especially for when Questlog gets the first key to the jamboree she's stewing inside of her in terms of potent magical energies that affect her very soul.
Actually, that's
Yeah.
a thought. Did we meet Renilius' son before now, or does he?
I
show up
don't-
later?
I think he
Not-
show up
Yeah, it was a
later.
bit later.
Both
I-
of them show up later.
Yeah, both
Yeah,
of them show
I
up
know
later.
I know the bad son shows up later. I can't remember if the good son. Is
The
the
good
one that we
son,
met.
No, they
yeah.
both come out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good son joins us when we go into the spire.
Yeah, Venice was with us with the Spire. Fucking what's his name?
The other guy, but that's why
Oh.
we have Yumi here.
True.
But yeah.
See y'all later.
Sarathorm, that's right.
Yeah, Sarathob. All right, we'll
All
talk to you. We'll tell everyone about how we bullied Saskia. Bye-bye.
Bye.